The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magny.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Spivey Man.
Harry Ward main true in this opening leg. Double 16 for 101 checkouts to get himself up and running. Tails out. But there is no problems here for Robert Thornton. Because Graham Hall has a dart at double 16 to become the tour champion.
Breakneck start to this. Double 18 is found for 1-2-1. Brilliant from Justin Smith.
17 to add another box office finish to his tally.
We're heading towards the midway point of Series 13 here at the Live Lounge in Port. So we've got the former WDF World Champion Andy Baetens and the reigning Tour Champion Graham Hall amongst the mix of players involved. Very well welcome along to the action. You're joining us live here on Pluto TV. Well, yesterday was called Super Sunday at the Winter Olympics, but forget the snow, it's all about the throws here on this Monday morning here on the south coast, and I'm always treading on thin ice. Laura Turner's alongside me, probably walking on eggshells, realised that she's working with me for the next couple of days. But we've got a great lineup. We've got a former world champion in Andy Baetens, we've got a former world seniors champion in Robert Thornton, and of course the reigning tour champion in Graham Hall.
There's a lot of calibre, isn't there? And we say it every week, you know, every week is going to be tough to get through, but it's a great Group A, and I think these next few days, you know, it's going to be a tough fought battle for who goes straight through to Saturday by winning Group A.
So Saturday night, Derek Coulson picked up a 5th weekly title, a 6th Champions Week appearance for DC. He got the better of Robbie Martin by 4-1 in the final. And look, we speak so often about how this is a difficult format to master, but he's seemingly found a secret.
He has. He's found, and he seems to be able to find a way of winning it, whether he picks up, you know, goes through via Group A or goes through via a different group. But the fact that he's won a regulation week 5 series in a row. That is unprecedented. And now he's going to be making his 6th appearance in Champions Week as well. I just think it's a testament to how well Derek Coulson, one, you know, has upped the standard from when he first started playing here, but also the fact that he can just negotiate from any position. He just seems so cool, calm and collected. I think most other players might buckle under that pressure of coming in now being a favourite on nearly every occasion.
Well, he won Group A and he went on to win the week, which has ended a curse, which, I mean, he started anyway. He was the last player to win that group and then go on and win the week. Right, let's have a look at this week then, week 5, and this is how the tournament bracket looks. Group A sees the former WDF World Champion Andy Baetens in action alongside Graham Hall, the reigning Tour Champion. Robert Thornton, Justin Smith, Butch Devine and Yuri Ussa complete Group A. Sam Spivey's looking for a 2nd weekly title in Group B alongside Kevin Baetens and Mike Warburton, whilst Alex Williams, fresh off the back of his Lakeside debut, is in Group C alongside Harry Ward and Phil Johnson-Hale. And in terms of Andy Baetens, he was so good when he was here a few years ago. He lost in the final to a guy averaging 118 in Luke Littler. He won the Lakeside and he won it quite dominantly. And maybe when he went on tour after that, did we expect maybe a little bit more from him on the circuit?
Yeah, I guess so. You're just waiting for that player because we know the calibre that he had, and no one was surprised when he picked up a tour card. So you're just waiting for that player to go boom. But I think it's a testament as well to how difficult it is on the PDC Tour. And I'd say not just in terms of the standard, but also it's for players that have played such a long time on the WDF Tour, it is a very different environment to play in. And not every player can settle in as quickly as they need to. And unfortunately for Andy, just didn't quite go as well as probably he would have hoped.
Well, he's the favourite to go on and win the week. And interestingly, there's a bit of a dynamic because Andy Baetens is favourite to win the week. Graham Hall's favourite to win this group. And in terms of Graham, in terms of what he's done recently, in terms of what the players in this group at least have done recently, he's the one who's perhaps got the most tangible form line.
I agree, yeah. When you look at actually what they've been doing, obviously recently at the Wimbledon World Masters for Graham Hall, he's one of those players that just seems to be in form, and he's playing a lot more than perhaps some of the others are. So, yeah, I think there will be an expectation both that he puts on himself, but then the rest of us have as well.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Monday morning. Right, let's get into the action. Our first match is a meeting between Robert Thornton and Justin Smith. Robert's making a record-breaking 17th appearance here at the Live Lounge, whilst Justin Smith is looking for a second weekly win. Let's hear from the Bearded Dragon now. I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Justin, great to see you again here at the Super Series. Looking forward to the next week?
I am, yeah. Practice has been really good. I think the last 4 tournaments I've been to, I won them all back at home. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I was going to say, where is the form at this present moment in time?
Well, like I said, the last 4 tournaments, yeah, it's I'd say it's at the B game maybe. But, yeah, I'm just really excited to get back out there.
It's about getting yourself back to your best, because 2025, is it fair to say it was a little bit of an in-and-out year for yourself?
Oh, definitely. I think it's just a bit flat, like the whole year. I haven't done Q school in, I think, maybe 2 years. So no challenge shows. So it's just the Modus I've been doing. So I think maybe a good Modus year this year, and then back to Q school in 26, 27 then. And then, yeah, hopefully I can go through that, maybe get tour cards. If not, come back here then.
You say a good Modus year. What would be a good Modus year in your eyes?
Another win. It's been too long. But, yeah, a good week this week. If just get through this Saturday's finals, yeah, that would be good enough for me, and then I'll hopefully go and win it.
So, been a while between drinks. 3.5 years since you beat Wolfie in that final. I can imagine it must feel like 5 minutes ago and a lifetime ago in equal measure.
Yeah. Well, you know, the practice has been good. So, yeah, it has been a long time. But, yeah, if I can just take my practice form onto the stage, then, yeah, hopefully I'll come away with a win.
Finally, in terms of the group, that's a toughie out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not ideal. But, you know, we can only do what we got with it. So, yeah, if I break my A game, then, yeah, I'll beat them all, hopefully.
Go well, wish you best. Justin, good luck.
Thank you.
And Justin Smith takes on Robert Thornton in the opening game of Week 5 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 2 players that have been pretty much ever present in the Super Series and in the predecessor tournament, the Live League. Thornton making a record 17th appearance in this competition. The 58-year-old from Saltcoats in Scotland. He picked up a Double Trouble 2 title, but hasn't won a weekly title yet. Up against the 28-year-old from Cardigan in Wales, Justin Smith, whose solitary win here came back in November 2022. Got the better with none other than Martin Wolfie Adams in the final of Series 2, Week 3. Andrew Culling is in charge of all the action. He will be presiding over every dart this week.
First leg, Robert to throw
To get us underway is going to be Robert Thornton, who is looking, Laura Turner, for first weekly title.
60.
Yeah, it's one of those strange kind of enigmas, isn't it, with Robert Thornton, because he has won here before, but it wasn't, like you say, a regulation week. It was a double troubles week. For Thornton, he's a player that's managed to find his way through to finals night on many an occasion.
81.
You mentioned those 17 appearances. He can get through to Saturday, but Saturdays have just never quite gone to plan. And I just wonder, is it one of those things that
100.
you know the standard he can play at, but it's just not happening at the right time for him?
Yeah, that double start title. He got the better
85.
with Ted Everts in the final. It was actually 2-0 behind in that game before reeling off the last 3 to win by 3 legs to 2.
100.
Smith for a ton, leaves himself on the finish after 9 against the throw.
121. Justin, you require
Both players on the finish for Smith's overturned the throw here. And he may kick the week off with a bit of a fanfare, but the 167 isn't going to go.
139. Robert, you require 154.
No, but it's also a long-range opportunity here for Thornton, and it goes wild with the first. The setup play off the back of that 167 for Smith. Exceptional.
84. Justin, you require 28.
So double 14 for the Bearded Dragon.
Game shot on the first.
So at the
leg.
end, finds a double
Justin
7 and
Smith.
finds a break of throat. The Bearded Dragon off to the
Second
perfect
leg,
start.
Justin to throw first.
He'll take
Game
that.
on.
5-visit leg. He's up and running.
Yeah, first game out, first match up
97.
Monday morning. 15 data. You can't really ask for much more, especially as it was a break of throat.
100.
Yeah, hopefully it's a sign of things to come, because we've got some really established players in this group, and then we've also got a couple of debutants. So I'm just
99.
wondering if it's a group that could be dominated by perhaps 2 or 3 players, or if it is going to be spread out.
It almost feels like a group that's been split into 3 different lots of 2. You've got Baetens and Hall,
45.
which the expectation is laid quite highly. These 2 here, Thornton and Smith, where we know what their A game is and we know what they're capable of, but we don't quite know where their game is at this present moment in time. And then Yuri Ussa
43.
and Butch Devine, who we're going to see a little bit later on in proceedings, where they're on debut, and we're going to work out exactly where their game's at. But in the case of Butch,
60.
we'll talk a bit about his exploits in his game against Graham Hall in match number 2. He comes here with a bit of pedigree, but can he translate that to this particular
58.
stage?
Yeah, I always find it funny when debutants come here, because you notice straight away
100.
some really manage to settle in and they're not worried about the cameras or the stage or playing in this kind of environment, because it is quiet up on the stage. And then there's others that just take that little bit longer to settle in, but there is no hanging around for Justin Smith. First maximum, and again, he's down to a double after 15.
120. Justin, you require
Well, this
24.
is a lightning quick start for the Bearded Dragon. However, if he misses double 6, which he
James on
doesn't,
the
he would have
second
found
leg.
himself in a spot of
Justin
bother
Smith.
potentially, but 2-0 to the good. Justin Smith looking very
Third leg,
good so
Robert
far.
to throw first. Game on.
Now, I did have a chat with Justin, as you saw in that interview this morning, and he did tell me that his preparation for this week has been far from ideal. At least his journey
60.
down was far from ideal, because his car broke down on the way here. So he had to abandon ship, or abandon car, although in these conditions
60.
it could have been a ship, and had to find alternative arrangements. Didn't get down to Portsmouth until past 11 o'clock last night. So not the
45.
ideal preparation, but not as if it looks as if it scuppered him up to press.
No, it's another element of darts that I think people
97.
tend to overlook as well, because this is such an early start. You do have to kind of make sure you get here the day before, travel early enough so that if there are any unexpected things that happen, as
60.
with Justin Smith, you still leave yourself enough time to make your way down to the south coast.
Different players prepare in different ways. I remember Shane McGurk, when he was
100.
playing in Group B's here at the Super Series, he would travel from Dublin to Southampton on the day that he was due to play. He'd get the first flight out at 6 a.m. and then land here get here for 10 o'clock after he got the taxi from the airport to his accommodation, and would sleep in for the day to get himself ready for the night. Or there's other players who turn up when they weren't meant to be here.
81.
And of course, players do come from far and wide. Laura, we've seen players come from Australia, New Zealand, Wales, Scotland in this case. There's a few that's come from Devon as well.
140. $42.
Frustration
Justin,
being
you
shown there
require
from
64.
Thornton, but it's a dominant opening performance from Smith. One dart in hand at tops for a
Game shot on the
back-to-back
third
18
leg.
darters.
Justin Smith. Full
This
flag,
is
Justin
a real
to throw
steady
first.
start
Game on.
for Justice Smith. Double break, 3-0 to the good, and with the darts in his hand to complete a 4-0 whitewash
80.
win. But that's the only thing so far that's gone wrong, Robin Hood. In fact, in terms of the group odds, he was 14-1. He was the fifth favourite of the 6 players to progress on Wednesday. And in terms of the weekly betting, he was out at 20-1.
95.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult when players aren't as prevalent, when they're not playing as much as others. You do tend to
140.
kind of just it's recency bias, isn't it? It's that thing where you tend to go, right, he hasn't won since Series 2, so do we know really what we're going to expect here?
93.
Picks off a treble with the last, leaves himself on a finish after 9 just against the darts. But Justin will probably feel in the back of his mind he's got 6 here from 2-3-3 to wrap this match up in next to no time at all.
99. Robbie, you require 151.
Yeah, the 151 not going to go for Robert Thornton. Should set up nicely though.
93. Justin, you require 134.
Well, this has been a real good start to his campaign for Justin Smith. He may not win it 4-0.
98.
Because Thornton's going to get a first look at a double in this game. Double top, 2 in hand.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Robert
Raised the hands, but it took a 14 dart leg. Best leg of the match so far for Robert Thornton to
Fifth
chalk
leg,
one
Robert,
up. But it is a
first.
breaker throw.
Game on.
Despite being 3-0 down, he's found that first break, and if he can hold here, then things will start to look rather different for Justin Smith.
43.
These are 2 players that will know each other's games inside out, because during the days of the old Live League in Southampton,
100.
these 2 were pretty much playing each other week in, week out.
60.
Don't always know if that helps though. When you've played someone so many times, does it actually help that you know what they're capable of, what they could throw back at you?
108.
So less the devil you know, more the devil you don't. As Justin Smith piles in his second max of the contest.
22.
Now, Robert Thornton will never wave the right flag, but that score of 22 may feel like a concession in this contest.
140.
I certainly think it would, especially with Smith going 180, 140, down to 81 after just 9.
58.
Could wrap it up
Justin,
with a
you
potential
require
11 darter
81.
here. Average over 95. It's been a really good display, this, from Justin Smith.
63.
Double 18 goes on the inside. May think of splitting it when he comes back, because Thornton, unless he hits a max, will not be on a finish.
Unless he hits a max, and he does hit a max.
180.
It's giving Smith something to think
Justin
about.
require 18.
He's going to split. 2 for double 8. 2 4s. To put
Game
the
shot
cap on what
and a
was a
match,
real
Justin Smith.
good opening display that for Justin Smith. A 4-1 win over Robert Thornton. Average over 91.5. 40% in terms of his finishing. And it was a controlled, measured performance from the very start to the very last. We don't often say that about Justin Smith, but there seems to be a real poise and purpose about his play in the early echelon to this week. He beats Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Graham Hall takes on Butch Devine. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Justin Smith got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1 in the opening match of Group A here in Week 5. Next up, it's Graham Hall up against Butch Devine in our second of 15 tungsten tussles on this Monday morning. Graham comes into this as the reigning tour champion, beat Kurt Parry to pick up that particular title back in October. And the 36-year-old from Ulster in the West Midlands, his best appearance in this building was a semi-final in Series 11. However, has won a week previously up against the other 36-year-old on the stage, Butch Devine from Doneymana. Represents the Republic of Ireland but lives in Northern Ireland, making a debut in this competition. Does have some relative form, made it to the final of the WDF Europe Cup singles back in 2024. We'll tell you more about his exploits there in a few moments' time. But Graham Hall went off the 5-4 favourite with the odds compilers before a dart was thrown to win this group. He was the second favourite to win the week behind Andy Baetens, and is somebody in a rich vein of form. A quarter-final on the Challenge Tour. He got through to the final preliminary stage of the World Masters. 43. And he's somebody that, Laura, when he turns up here, we just expect to be there or thereabouts in terms of being a contender to win weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always comes as a little bit of a surprise to me that he hasn't actually picked up a title. Semi-finals, as you say, is the best that he's got to. So, yeah, I think, again, another player that you expect consistency, you expect some big moments, some big averages, big finishes, but it all needs to come together at the right time for Graham Hall under this roof.
85.
Yeah, as for Butch Devine, as you say, has done
100.
A few things in the darting world already, but making his debut here at the Super Series. And it is a different atmosphere, as I've mentioned previously.
60.
It is quiet. Players, quite often when they turn up to tournaments or go to things like the Europe Cup, it's the hustle, it's the bustle. There's lots of noise. There's lots of people playing on boards next to you. This is just about you and your darts. And as soon as you can just settle into that kind of feeling, then actually it's one of the nicest places to play.
81. Graham, you require 124.
So 1-2-4 for Graham Hall. 6 from here to take out the opening leg. Triple 18 would have given him the option as to
56.
whether he wanted to go for the bullseye or not. But we'll return for 68 to get his campaign up and running.
58. Graham, you require 68.
One dart on top, so only one dart needed. Cleaned up nicely for Graham Hall.
Well, I mentioned his form in the PDC. He's also won an event on the 2026 ADC Championship Tour, which is the title he'll be hoping to defend come October. He picked up ADC Championship Tour South 2, where he beat Mark Stafford, Jamie Chaplin, Martin Tonks, Joshua Burksville, a player we saw here a few weeks ago, Michael Huntley in the semi-final 5-4, and then he got the better of Thomas Banks 5-0 in the final 42. With an average of just underneath 99, 98.88. So he's coming into this in winning form regardless of the arena he's in. As I say, he got through to the last 64 of the recent PDC World Masters.
Yeah, as you say, he's coming in
60
with some real good form. It's Graham Hall.
$43.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how this group does start to pan out because, as we say, we've just got those players that we've just got high expectation for, the ones that we know can do good things but don't always click here at the Super Series, and then a couple of debutants in the mix. And we know not to underestimate the debutants as well here because quite often you just look at this series, 94. Series 13, and you've had players that have been complete outsiders when it's come to picking up titles and then going on to win. Anything can happen 58. In this sport.
Graham, you require 170.
And once again, Graham Hall is getting the luxury of time in terms of finishing off a leg. He doesn't have to go for the big fish. He doesn't even have to go for it. But he's going to go for it, and he's going to get it.
Graham Hall.
And G-Man is laying down an instant statement of intent. His second leg of the week is capped off with the biggest finish of them all.
Yeah, quite often we have to wait, you know, at least a few hours for a big fish, showing it's just the second game. Second game, second leg, Graham Hall.
60.
No problem whatsoever. But at least it does back up what we've been saying about the fact that he does find himself in a good form.
100.
Don't you love it when a good plan comes together? As Adrian Devine piles in a 180. Now, he must have form for a 9-darter. The only reason I'm saying it is because on the back of his shirt, he's got a great big 9 on it, and underneath it's the word perfect. And he could have a 9 here if it's another treble 1.
66.
Yeah, he does rescue the score in the end. Yeah, I'm not sure if I could cope at this time on a Monday morning if we go for a big fish backed up with a 9-darter.
58.
It's not even 10 o'clock. I think that's what they call peaking too soon.
45.
Henry, you can never peak too soon. Never, ever.
I've never peaked, so...
68. 83.
Well, Devine, in this leg, first to a finish.
140.
Hall
But you
leaves
require
himself on
127.
80 to go 3-0 to the goods. And he's going to get a look at it.
91.
Well, Butch Devine was under any illusions as
Graham, you
to
require
how
80.
difficult a format the Super Series is. He's been given a very swift introduction to it.
There's one dart once again in hand, and
40.
this time Graham
But you
Hall
require
can't
36.
find the double. It's the first one he's missed so far this match.
Game shot on the third
No
leg.
mistake this
Butch
time for
Devine.
Butch Devine.
Well, that was a Devine intervention.
Full flag, Butch to throw
His
first.
first leg of the
Game on.
week. And it is a break back. 2-1, back on throw. Has a chance here to square this contest up. And how many times do we mention it in
78.
these truncated best-of-7 format games where somebody races into a lead, but a small
96.
riposte from an opponent can very quickly change the complexion of a contest.
Yeah, and it'll be a real settler for him as well. Obviously, as we say, making his debut
137.
here and just getting that first leg under your belt. You can just build from that particular position. And by the power of the internet, I can weigh in on the 9-darter as well.
180.
Hit back in 2019. Devine entered the Paddy Mo Memorial in the weigh-in bar in Omar.
43.
In the semi-finals, he did find the perfect 9. Can he find another one here at the Modus Super Series?
65.
Well, we haven't had one yet in 2026. I mean, we are going to. I can guarantee you that. I can give you my
61.
personal guarantee.
Okay, what
Graham,
happens
you
if we
require
don't?
160.
I still have that Saint shirt that you could wander around Portsmouth in.
160 on the cards. Not now. Thanks for the segue, Graham.
95.
Yeah, it's a strong response here from Graham Hall.
140. Graham, you require 65.
Well, that's a happy accident. That's a single 15. Double 16.
33.
Doesn't go, and so Devine from
Butch, you
2-0
require
down. He looked
42.
outplayed, didn't he, for large swaves. To his credit, has upped the level a little bit. And now
shot
finds
on the
himself
fourth
back on
leg.
terms at 2
Butch
apiece.
Devine.
Yeah, double 18 been kind to Devine so far.
Fifth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on. 50.
I have to say, the pace so far this morning has been
140.
really, really good.
Yeah, when you have a field, as Graham Hall finds his second max, but when you have a field where they're all playing at a very similar pace, I think it's good for the players up on the stage as well.
60.
Don't have to think about that element of your game, because when you are a pacier player and you play someone that maybe is a bit more methodical, you have to really concentrate on remaining true to your own form.
124.
1-2-4 leaves Graham Hall on a finish after 9 to re-establish the lead at 3-2.
140.
But Butch, to his credit,
Graham, you
has
require
a two-travel visit of his
147.
own to leave himself on something. Well, we lost the great John Virgo a couple of weeks ago, and
97.
a 147
Butch, you require
finish would have been a
161.
superb way to have got himself back in front. It wouldn't have been a big break,
95.
but it certainly would have queued him up to win the match.
Graham, you require 50.
This time, 2 darts in hand, double 16 again. The target.
42.
Can't find the adjustment with the last, and it's another
Butch, you require
opportunity, and I
66.
imagine it's going to be treble 10. Well, it's a different double this time. That double is tops, but that double is once again pinned.
Butch Devine.
In terms of averages, and I think this goes to show how they are just a
Butch
guide.
to Faro first.
There's over
Game on.
a 10-point difference in the averages at the moment. That has wavered between, say, 10 points and 15 points, and it's in the favour of Graham Hall, who
49.
finds himself 3-2 down.
And I suppose it's because of the extremities of the first couple of legs, because Butch Devine took a couple of legs just to get any kind of rhythm
100.
going, which is why his average is so far less than that of Graham Hall. But once he's improved to a level which has been
140.
level to his opponent.
Yeah, but it also shows that, when you look at, quite a lot of us, we look at stats at the end and we think, right, okay, well, didn't play it quite as well as they could have, but actually the averages, they do need further
140.
investigation if you are going to base a lot of information off them.
They don't write averages on trophies.
100.
They're also not going to be writing my name on the trophy when I play in the Dutch Open pairs next year.
100.
You never know, Henry. You never know.
The wooden spoon is still available.
60. Graham, you require 161.
161 for Graham Hall to break back and to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Not to be. And so Butch Devine has got some way
54.
to cap off a debut
require
win on the live lounge
152.
stage. I'm going to find the 152, but Graham Hall, who took out a 110 to pick up the Tour Championship title back in October, is looking at
92.
107 to take us the distance.
Graham, you require 107.
Yeah, and a shot that might have to go here. Needs a big treble and can't find it. Match-winning opportunity
47.
here for Butch Devine.
Butch, you require 60.
And I don't think many people expected this when he trailed 2-0, but to his credit, it took him a
shot.
couple of legs
And a
to
match,
settle in,
Butch
but
Devine.
once he did, he was sublime, Butch Devine. And he gets a 4-2 win over Graham Hall in his debut match on the live lounge stage. He has announced his arrival here at the Super Series, and it was the doubling, which was so superb. 4 from 6 in terms of his doubles attempts. Next up, the former Lakeside champ, Andy Baetens, takes on the Finn, Ussa. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Butch Devine got off to a superb start to life here at the Live Lounge. Reports of a 4-2 win over the Tour champion Graham Hall. Got his campaign up and running. Next up for us, it's Jyri Ussa, the 32-year-old from Akka in Finland, making his debut in this competition. Up against the former Lakeside champion of the world in Andy Baetens, the 36-year-old from Nieuwerkerken in Belgium. A former weekly runner-up in Series 4 Week 8, where he lost to a certain Luke the Nuke Littler. He averaged 118.88 in that game, the Nuke. One of the highest averages I've ever had here. Laura Turner's alongside me here in the commentary box throughout the course of this Group A, or today and tomorrow at least anyway. And so we've got the beast from the east. No, not the weather, although it does feel rather cold here on the south coast on this Monday morning. But Andy Baetens returns, and he is a very conspicuous case because we know how good he is. And when he picked up his tour card at the beginning of 2024, off the back of his Lakeside win, people expected so much of him. And it was actually the other way around, where sometimes players coming off the crest of a wave have a good first year and drop off in the second year of their tour card rotation. Andy Baetens is a player that struggled at the start of life on tour, but got better towards the end. Gave himself an outside chance of keeping his card, but defeat to Dirk van Dijvenbode in a last set decide with the first round of the World Championship put paid to any hopes of him staying on tour in 2026.
Yeah, and sometimes, as we were talking about at the top of the show, it's just a difficult adjustment to make. It is very different from what players would have been used to when they're kind of going around doing the tour on the WDF. The adjustment is huge.
140.
And I suppose there is a pressure as well going in as a Codes World Champion, which Jimmy Van Schie so far looks as if he's really settling into. Andy, I think, maybe struggled with that pressure a little bit. Ussa looking at 130 here to get his Super Series campaign off to the perfect start.
114.
It really is a solid start from Jyri Ussa.
140. Jyri requires 16.
Needs to polish off this opening leg, though.
Game
and does so in 14.
Jyri Ussa.
Well, we had a look at Jyri's numbers, didn't we, before a dart was thrown this morning, and there was a bit of a mixture, wasn't there, in terms of some of the stuff that he's been throwing in different arenas. Now,
58.
He played at the Europe Cup back in 2024. Had a couple of really respectable displays. Got knocked out in the singles by Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 2. He averaged in excess of 84 in that game. He would win his opening round tie, averaging
60.
just underneath 80 against the Bulgarian Dragomir Kiovbashiev. But there was also a couple of games when he played on that Northern European Tour in the ADC last year where there was some decent stuff, maybe a little bit inconsistent in terms of the numbers, but the early indications are
140.
that this is a real steady start from Jyri.
Well, yeah, more than steady. It's a really dynamic coming out the traps really quick. The key is, though, in this kind of sport is maintaining it. And it's not just maintaining it throughout the day or throughout however many days you have to play for. It's very much just doing it in a match.
140.
I know many a player that make that really big, bold statement right from the off, but just start to tail off as the adrenaline just slowly ebbs away.
Jyri require 161.
So Ussa looking at 161 for the break and a 2-0 lead. Threatened the 130 in the previous leg, isn't going to threaten this. And so Baetens will come back 107 to
57.
save his throw.
And he require 107.
17, unable to get.
47.
Finn was unable to clean
Jyri
up
require 104.
in his previous turn, so still a free figure out for him.
Really does make sure of that single 18 for double 16.
72.
A bad attempt.
And he requires 60.
And so Baetens to square up. Double top.
Game shot on
It's fouled, and we're back on terms.
Third leg, Yuri to Faro first. Game on.
Baetens, as you say, went into that year of his first tour card, not just as off the back of being a world champion,
60.
but he also won the Australian Open, which was classified as a bit of a major for the WDF. He was a finalist. He was a runner-up at the Dutch Open. It was a great year, 2023, for Andy Baetens. Then you just take a quick look at, and this is the brutality of the Pro Tour. You have a look and you know the caliber of the player, but
100.
First round exits, second round exits, perhaps the best going through to a third round. Oh, I think there's one fourth round in there, but I just think it goes to show
40.
how difficult it is to make inroads on that Pro Tour.
Had a decent run at the Baltic Sea Darts Open last year where he got through to the last 16, but that was kind of really as
58.
good as it got for him.
$39.
So he got knocked out of the World Championship in a last set decider against Thornton Divenboder. Game which went all the way.
93.
I'll tell you what, that would have been done all 5 sets in a blink of an eye. Average 92.5 at 4-180. This was 50% in terms of the finishing. The actual
97.
leg count in that game was 11-9. Van Divenboder pipping it by just a couple. But ultimately, it was that result which saw him lose his tour
45.
card at the end of the 2025 season. That's why he's not amongst the players in Leicester
140.
for Players' Championship 3 this afternoon.
No, but sometimes the players falling off the tour, it's not necessarily the worst thing that can ever happen. You can just come back, reset.
95.
The issue with the tour
Andy
sometimes
requires
is the fact that
60.
if you do go out first, second round, there is no comeback. You just play in one game in a
Game
single
shot on the
day.
third
But
leg.
this is what
Andy
Andy Baetens
Baetens.
can do. Now does break the throat.
Fourth leg.
I was
Andy
actually
to Faro first.
chatting with our match
Game on.
referee today, Andrew Cullen, and I just said that Andy Baetens has got a little bit of a Connor Scott-esque vibe about him.
136.
Player that we know his ability, what he's capable of. He won the Lakeside. Maybe Tour Life came a bit too soon, but I just wonder coming off for a year, and if he got back on next year, whether,
58.
just like we saw with Connor, we would see a better version of him as a result. If, of course, that's what he wants to do.
Of course, yeah, and it has to be the want, the desire. We know
58.
Connor Scott had that, wanted to get back on, but I do agree. I think sometimes coming off is not the end of the world, especially with the darting scene being as it is. You've got the ADC route, you've got the Modus Super Series.
100.
And if you do go on to do well in Challenge Tour as well, and you're up near the top, you can then dip your toe back in the Pro Tour as well.
Well, the problem is he only picked up 100 quid from the
85.
first 5 Challenge Tour events of the season, Andy Baetens.
$60.
Oh, despite that dynamic start from Ussa, just seems to have tailed off
128.
slightly. As the Baetens just remained ever so consistent.
And this is the thing, if you're going to beat somebody like Andy, you've got to do it leg in, leg out. And for you, it's something he's going to learn as the week goes on. You can tell
83.
there's certainly
Andy
something
required
there.
94.
But we mention it oh so often. It's about doing it on a more consistent basis to match the top level
James
players
on the fourth
on this
leg.
side of the sport.
Andy
And that's a
Baetens.
14 data, a clean 94 check. And Andy Baetens
Fifth
is
leg,
3-1 to
Yuri
the
to
good and one
Faro
away
first.
from
Game
victory
on.
in his debut match back. And 3 from 3 in terms of his doubling.
Yeah, you can just see that leg by leg. As I say, it was a really strong start from Ussa. Andy Baetens just finding
140.
extra gears as we've gone along.
$95.
Really good farm in the last there.
Quite often we ask that question when players drop off the Pro Tour. Do they come with like an
60.
extra weight of expectation on their shoulders? And I actually think for Andy Baetens, perhaps not as much as some of the other players that we've seen. You think of a Ted Everts that was on the tour for quite some
45.
time. And he's just done a couple of years on there. And this may just feel like returning back to, you know, the arena where he played some of his best stuff.
100.
And familiarity sometimes could be absolutely everything in this sport. And going back to an arena like this where, as you mentioned, he's had tangible success in the past. In fact,
58.
I remember when this started and we were bringing players in from the Netherlands and Belgium for the first time. I think he went to a bit of a trade secret back in the Southampton days. He was one of a couple of players that we were trying to get
41.
over for quite a while. It took him a little while to commit to this project, and then once he did, he absolutely loved it.
171.
Yeah, and I think he'll absolutely love
You
that.
require 160.
171 to leave 132. And the 160 not going to go for Ussa. So can we be cracking open the champagne early on Monday morning for Andy Baetens?
78.
Surely
And
it's
you
way too
require
early for that.
132.
Never too early for champagne, Henry.
107.
Put the
You
cork back
require
in the
82.
screw.
How disappointing. No. Well, single 17. To go back within one, tops required.
42. Andy required
So Andy
25.
Baetens will return to cap off a 4-1 win. Double 8. What a
Game shot.
performance that
And a
was.
match. Andy Baetens.
Andy Baetens has been away for the best part of 3 years, but he's marked his return of a 4-1 success, an average just underneath the 95 mark and 4 from 5 in terms of his finishing. That was a ruthless display, befitting of his favourite tag to win the week. Coming up next, Justin Smith takes on Graham Hall. Well, the magnificent Live Lounge Reports have opened up its doors on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. You can head over to www.dartshop.tv to ascertain your tickets for a Saturday night. Before we get our fourth game underway between Justin Smith and Graham Hall, just a bit of breaking news to bring to you, Laura, and to bring to all of you watching at home, because the Modus Super Series are pleased to announce a new 5-year extension to their agreement with Winmore as the official dartboard partner. So the 5,000 matches a year being played here at the Super Series. Being played on that, the brilliant Winmore Blade 6 Triple Core. It's been the board of choice since 100. The very beginning of the project back in March 2021, almost 5 years ago. So another 5 years of Winmore as the 81. Official dartboard partner of the Modus Super Series.
55.
And I'm sure over the next 5 years, there'll be plenty of you Laura playing on the Winmore boards.
Yeah, let's hope so.
58.
Very up and down at the moment, to say the least, Henry.
47.
Oh, talking of ups and downs, it was a real up for Justin Smith with that 4-1 victory over Robert Thornton in the first, and it was a really strong start from Graham Hall, but he pinned the 170 to go 2-0 up, and after that it went all the way of Butch Devine. I think you called it perhaps peaking too early. You get that adrenaline rush when you do something 96. Good, and when you do it really early on in a match, you have to kind of bring yourself back down to reality really quickly. Well, I think he went probably back down to reality too far. It was a bit of a bump in the end for Graham Hall.
132.
Well, look what he's left again.
Well, last time I said leg 2 was a bit early. Is he going to be forced to go for it in leg 1?
81. Graham, you require 170.
Well, the first time was so nice, he decided he didn't want to do it twice.
94.
Went for the ball anyway, which would have left tops, but 1-2-2 here. Needs that treble 18. First one, a bit of a blocker. You'll stay there.
54. Graham, you require 76.
Well, break opportunity here for Graham Hall. May just be the one dart. Gets the Brucey bonus of 2 at double 8.
Game shot on
double
the
4
first.
found with the last. Graham Hall breaks, leads 1-0. And he might be buoyed by the trend which is becoming rather apparent on this Monday morning. The 3 games that have already been played in this Group A have all gone against the throws. Smith beating Thornton 4-1, Devine beating Hall 4-2, and Baetens beating Ussa by 4 legs to 1.
$99. $140.
Yeah, we often talk about players that come here to the Live Lounge, and especially ones that come here on multiple occasions, Graham Hall being one of them, and you just feel that next step, isn't it, is to pick up a weekly title. Join the likes of a Derek Coulson in Champions Week.
Did play in the first 100. Ever Champions Week. His weekly win in Series 1 came in that overlap period where we were playing a couple of weeks in Southampton before then. The studio opened up its doors here in Portsmouth. Beat a certain Jan van Veen in the final, and that young Dutchman hasn't done too bad since.
He's done a thing or two, hasn't he?
Applying his trade in the Premier League.
89.
Dutch number 1, world number 3. And it did all start at what was then the Live League.
20.
As Justin Smith has a double bounce out. A double bouncer.
Graham, you require 32.
It just affords Hall so much time here. But you feel that's a really good marker with the first. The second one makes it very much more awkward. And yeah, that's the outcome. But as I say, plenty of time.
And because of the double bounce out, it meant that Justin Smith wasn't on a finish, so he was allowed the luxury of missing them 3.
100.
But he won't be allowed the luxury of missing 3 more here.
32. Game shot on
And
the
he
second
doesn't
leg.
miss.
Graham
He's
Hall.
2-0 up, but that was a dangerous scoreline in his opener against Bush Divine.
Third leg, Justin to
He's
Faro
been in this
first.
position before, but
Game on.
he'll be more than aware of the danger that Justin Smith will pose.
$140.
Smith will just be thinking at this particular point, right, okay, I'm throwing first. Let's just make the most of it. Try
55.
and hold and then work your way back into the match.
85.
Be a little bit disappointing he was unable to follow the first dart there, but the early indications, as far as Justin Smith is concerned, have been really handy. Good display out the bat.
41.
Against Robert Thornton, 4-1 win, average of 91.5. The doubling with decent as well, 4 from 10. We said in that game against Robert
85.
that them two are the unknown quantities in this group. We didn't quite know how they were going to fare, but Justin was saying he's not playing on the PDC circuit this year, but he's doing the hard work locally. And it does look as if that hard
51.
work's beginning to bear fruit.
If you're doing the work and you're starting to play well and you start feeling
57.
that confidence, you get that belief behind you, then sometimes it doesn't matter what arenas you play in. It's all about the belief.
140.
Well, we saw Simon Whitlock
Justin,
before
you
he
require
dropped off tour around
134.
2020-21 time that he decided to start playing in local tournaments again. He was just beginning to hit the slide in terms of his
58.
position on the order of merit and decided to go back to basics, learn how to win again effectively, and then it saw him have a golden year where he made a couple of quarters and semi-finals in major events.
68. Justin, you require 76.
I should get at least one at a double, and that double is tops. The way he's not stand up, it
36.
acts as a bit of a block for that kind of
Graham,
target.
you require 146.
Well, he's already had the 170, so he's going to add the 146. He's not, and as he knows, 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline. And is he going to be
105.
pegged again?
Justin, you require 40. Game shot on the
He is
third
starting
leg.
to get pegged
Justin
back.
Smith.
Justin Smith bringing it within one, but the difference here, Hall has
Fourth leg, Graham to
the
throw
opportunity
first.
to throw
Game on.
first. When you've been in this position before, okay, it's only just the one match that he's played up there, you're thinking to yourself, right, just kick off. One big treble, couple will be great.
58.
Otherwise you get that kind of deja vu feeling. Well, no, it's happening again.
100. $123. $100.
Bit of a shake of the head with a wild first start, but it's a super adjustment with the
85.
second.
$99.
So Graham Hall here, 6 with 2-3-5 to go 3-1 to the good and to put himself on away. Piles in a max to leave himself on a
180.
single to double after a dozen on throw.
Yeah, this leg was really neck and neck, and how often do we say it's all about
95.
timing? It's a
Graham, you
perfectly
require
timed maximum
55.
for Graham Hall. 2 darts at tops,
Game shot on the fourth
both
leg.
required, but it's a
Graham Hall.
15 dart holder throw to go within one of the match.
Fifth leg, Justin to
Does
throw
feel like one
first.
of those groups
Game
where
on.
holding 15, breaking 12 may well be the recipe towards success.
93.
Yeah, sometimes there's a tentative start, isn't there, on a Monday morning? It's earlier than players would normally have to get up and prepare to play in terms of time.
100.
But it has been nothing of the sort so far. It was a blistering start from Smith in the first. It was backed up in that match between Devine and Hall. And
140.
Baetens just peaking as well in his first match in the first round of 3.
They think they have it difficult. Try trying to string words together at 10:30 on a Monday morning.
140.
We're doing our best. We're doing our best.
'74 score. Just go through the mathematics.
94.
Single treble. Well, if he stayed straight, would have left him on a finish. Still has work to do.
125.
Manages to find the second, makes it irrelevant.
Smith needs a big treble. Can't
56.
find it. You see the disappointment from the
Graham, you
reaction
require
there.
136.
Combination finishing has been good so far this morning for Hall.
96.
Disappointed not to find the 136,
Justin, you
but
require
sets up nicely.
118.
It's Justin Smith got his number. Double top, but the flight of the treble's in the way. This is awkward.
98.
As you can see, the last dot drops low. This for the match.
Graham, you require 40. Game shot and a match.
Yeah, Graham Hall does get across the line. Just the one dart needed for tops for a 4-1 victory over Justin Smith. Graham Hall's first victory of Monday morning. And Justin Smith's first loss. There is a tail of the tape, just under a 92.5 average for Graham Hall. And coming up next, we see Andy Baetens return to take on Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Graham Hall get his first win of the week, a 4-1 success over Justin Smith. All four of the games that we've seen so far this morning have gone against the darts. Robert Thornton hoping that that's a trend that continues here as he takes on Andy Baetens, who put in the performance of the morning so far in his opener, a 4-1 win over Ussa, where he averaged 94.56, was 4 from 5 in terms of his finish. The only dart he missed to the Tiger was at the bullseye to win it on the back of a 1-3-2 finish.
First
Took
leg,
out a
Andy to
94 in there
Game
as
on.
well. Up against Robert Thornton, who was slow out the traps in his game against Justin Smith to kick off the morning's worth of action.
100.
You'll know he'll have to improve. He's to have a chance here against the Belgian, for whom we don't expect him to drop too far off really the pace that he
38.
found himself at in his game against Yuri.
$55.
No, and for me, I think just getting an early win for Robert Thornton will be all important. Suffered that 4-1 victory to the loss, to the hands of Justin Smith. but
140.
he was good in his first couple of legs, but then when he got caught off guard and Smith upped his levels, Thornton wasn't able to reply. It feels like he's got this front runner mentality, and he sometimes finds it hard to get back into a match at this stage.
81.
And Barton's already front running in this contest. On throw in leg 1 and 6 of 206 to seize the early initiative.
79. $100. Andy, you require 127.
Triple 17. Bullseye.
80.
Well, that was pulled low.
Robert, you require 142.
Yeah, it's a bit of a confused shake of the head because, Andy Baetens, that was nowhere near where he wanted it to be, and there's a bit of pressure now on this
90.
47.
Andy, you require 47.
It's double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, no panic from
Baetens.
Andy Baetens.
Second leg, Robert 2 for first. Game on.
Just looks completely unflustered, doesn't he?
41. $140.
I think that is one of the things that,
40.
even if players get their tour card and lose it after just the initial couple of years, the experience that you must have by playing the elite on such a regular
100.
basis in these kind of scenarios, as you say, there will be no panic.
And Andy Baetens is kind of playing at the same level as he was on the Pro Tour, but the
44.
difference between this level and the level above is you can kind of float quite comfortably, averaging about 92, 93, and maybe the odd game here and there you might get caught out, where
100.
when you're playing against the best in the world, 92 is probably about par for the course. His seasonal average last season was about 90.5, which isn't
66.
bad, not by the furthest stretch of the imagination.
Andy,
But
you
at this
require
level, at the top
161.
end, it gets found wanting in the modern game. He's not being found wanting here. He wants the ball if he does. Fancy a look at the 161. Of course he's going to have a look.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that Robert Thornton's so far back that the miss,
100.
it doesn't
Andy
really
requires
matter. He
38.
can tidy up here. I imagine he'll go for the split.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Baetens.
Splits 38 for 32. No problem.
Third leg, Andy 2 for
And
first.
at this present
Game
moment in
on.
time, Andy Baetens is making this look rather routine.
60. $95. 100.
Thornton needs to find a couple of back-to-back big scores.
100.
Settle for a ton.
$96.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look at the last few games that Andy Baetens played in the Players' Championships, the Pro Tour, the bread and butter
59.
for the professional player, and the likes of Danny Noppert, Rob Owen, Scott Waits, Andy Bolton, Wessel Nyman, Gary Anderson, and you just look at those last few matches and you think, yeah, it's a
59.
tough tour to play on.
Well, to put it in perspective, and this is no disrespect to some of the players you mentioned, but the likes of a Robert Owen, the likes of an
96.
Andy Bolton, who at this level you'd look at as tough as anything. On the Pro Tour, you're looking at that in comparison to what you could be drawn against, and you're saying, actually, I'll take those chances over what else is there. That's no
100.
disrespect to them as
Robbie
players.
require
That's just how
151.
ruthless tour life is.
Indeed.
Well, Barton's leaving 86 here to go 3-0 to the good.
98. And he requires 86.
Big slip with the first, and
28.
cannot seem to
Robert,
get
you
the
require
right level or
53.
line when it comes to finding the bullseye. And it just offers up this chance here for Thornton, and it's tops, and he's so reliable when it comes to that tops target,
33.
but not on this occasion. His first couple of darts that he's
And
had
he
in this
requires
match at a
58.
double.
To continue what feels like a procession.
18.
For two darts at tops.
Robert, you require 20.
Come and gone, and so Thornton gets 3 more to keep himself in
shot
the
on the third
contest.
leg. Robert
Double
Thornton.
10 found. We're back on throw. Break back for the Thorn. 2-1.
Full flag, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Just to tell you how difficult tour life is, Going Price lost a final on the Pro Tour last week to Wessel Nyman despite averaging 107 over 15 legs.
81.
Made up for it though, didn't he? Last Thursday in Antwerp, picked up a first nightly win at the Premier League.
60.
To be fair, Going Price that day on Pro Tour in Hildesheim was absolutely exceptional.
Just 117 against
60.
Michael. Which leads to the tungsten teaser for the day. Antwerp in Belgium hosted its first Premier League night on
85.
Thursday. But which Belgian city hosted the European Championships between 2015 and 2017? At MSS Darts, if you know the answer to your Monday tungsten teaser.
100. $96.
Yeah, Robert Thornton reaction there, wanting more.
60.
But no trouble for Andy Baetens means 6 from here for 183 for Robert Thornton to get back level.
100.
So 83 remaining to square us up.
100.
Thomas
you require
Barnes on a
83.
2-darter. Big passage in play here.
And it's ball for Thornton.
47.
Seems to be some
And
kind
you
of
require 96.
shield or force field against the bullseye in this match.
56. Robert, you require 36.
So Thornton looking at double 18 to square the game up.
Game
And
shot on
double
the full
18,
flag.
no mistake.
Robert Thornton.
And for 2-0 down and looking as if he was being outplayed, Robert Thornton has squared this
Fifth
contest
leg,
up
Andy
at 2
to throw
apiece.
first. Game on.
Yeah, Thornton's improved. Barton's has just dropped off the pace slightly.
100.
I mentioned the Players' Championship. Players' Championship 3 gets underway today at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester.
54.
7 Super Series players are in action. Joe Hunt, Martijn Drack, Jack Tweddle, Steve Lennon, Tommy Morris, Derek Coulson gets
60.
his first Pro Tour call-up. And I can tell you now, there's a lot of players that won't want to draw him. and Scott Waits. They come in for the absentees, which are
58.
Gary Anderson, Luke Little, and Michael Van Gerwen, Ryan Searle, Martin Schindler, Matthias Elhers, and Christian Kist. Action gets underway from 1 o'clock
60.
this afternoon.
$80.
Robert Thornton start just clattering into the ones already on the board.
$100.
Although I would like to make an observation in regards to the Pro Tour. I think Luke Woodhouse will pick up a title this year. I think he's so knocking on the door.
He's just a player, isn't he, that year on year has just got better and better.
Progress and attainable progress at that.
57.
More frustration for Robert
43.
Thornton.
And
you will see that a lot from him. He's one of those players, he likes to chastise himself when he has slipped. And that is a massive slip for
84.
Andy Baetens.
Robbie, you require 148.
Well, the 148 isn't going to go, so Barton's back free in hand at tops, and I think Thornton will
46.
probably not expect to come back
And
to
you
the board in
require
this
40.
leg. The way Barton's has been finishing today, there's been, by and large, an efficiency about it. However,
30.
Thornton is back, and because of a
Robbie, you
slip with the
require
last start, it's still in
102.
three-figure range.
Treble 14 for tops was the goal.
94.
Andy Baetens,
Andy, you
though, 10
require
left.
10.
Going straight for it, or looking for the splits? Going straight for
James
it.
on the fifth leg.
And rightly
Andy
so.
Baetens.
Yeah, Andy Baetens
Sixth
was
leg, Robert to Faro first.
4 from 5
Game
in
on.
his first match against Ussa at 80% on the finishing. He's down from 3 from 12 in this. It's 25%.
66.
You can't keep doing that against any of these players.
$134.
Picked up a couple of trebles, and already the Thornton throw is under all sorts of bother.
140.
Responds with one of its own. But Barton still with the impetus,
58.
as you were.
$45.
But that is a bit of a slip for Thornton. It just opens the door here for Andy Baetens. If he can find another one of those, well,
99.
even with 99 points, he now just takes the initiative.
Well, this leg has kind of typified Robert Thornton in
180.
recent appearances here. This leg, 66, 140, 45, 180.
$60. Robert, you require
But nonetheless,
70.
has got a chance to take us all the way. 2 in hand at double top.
Game
Old
shot on the
Faithful.
sixth leg.
14
Robert
darter. And we go the distance.
7 from final
Even
leg.
when they go
Andy
well, he
to
seems
throw
to be
first. Game on.
kind of pointing towards the board, but that one was more like, well, why can't I do this every time?
And we know
82.
Robert is a bit of a perfectionist.
I just think it just shows that he's still got that drive, that desire. He always wants to play well. He always wants to win.
46. $140.
And actually, sometimes Robert plays his best darts when he is written off. I remember before he won his second World Seniors title in 2023, he had a very poor showing here, and there was a lot of question marks
81.
as to whether he could go on and retain that title at the Circus Tavern. Not just did he retain that title, but he retained it with some authority.
87.
When he finds himself really on the back foot in this deciding leg, and
40.
that will not help.
So 6 darts here for Andy Baetens, the former Lakeside champion, to make it 2 wins out of 2 upon his return here to the Live Lounge. And it would be the first game this morning which would have gone with throw.
44. And he required 92.
All the time he wants to wrap it up. Which is why he contemplates his options and decides to stay with the treble 20, leave
Game
double
shot
6,
and a
hit
match.
the double
Andy
6,
Baetens.
and win the game by 4 legs to 3. The Beast from the East is 2 wins out of 2. He gets the better Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3. That the tail of the tape. It wasn't quite as convincing as his opening display, but Baetens 2 wins out of 2. For Thornton, work to do. Coming up after the break, it's the 2 ADC qualifiers going head to head as Butch Devine takes on Yuri Ussa. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Baetens got the better of Robert Thornton in a last leg decider 4-3. That's game 5 of the session done and dusted into game 6, and it's a meeting between the 2 ADC qualifiers this week as Butch Devine takes on Yuri Ussa. It is the Republic of Ireland up against Finland going toe-to-toe in our 6th match of the morning session. For Butch, he got the better of Graham Hall by 4 legs to 2. He trailed 2-0 in that particular contest. As
First
for
leg
Yuri,
books
he lost
to
out
throw first.
4-1
Game
to
on.
Andy Baetens in his opener. Did average 85, missed 4 darts and a double, though, in that contest against a beast from the East that was in no mood to mess about.
Yeah, and that's what Ussa, he made a really strong start. He won his opening leg in 14 darts, but just wasn't able to just kind of withstand the torrent of scoring and good finishing from Andy Baetens. He's making a good start again. 180, number 1 for Ussa.
59.
And both these players have represented their countries at international level. I imagine they were both at the same Europe Cup at the same time.
Indeed, they were back in 2024, where actually Butch Devine got through to the final of that particular tournament. He lost out 7-5 to Denny Coulter, but he did get a 6-2 win over a certain Cam Crabtree in the semi-finals. Marko Janjic was his
95.
opponent in the quarterfinals before a win over Scott Robertson in the last 16.
100.
Cam will be in action at the Pro Tour this afternoon. So it's Wigan, the Pro Tours this week, not Leicester. Leicester's the week after.
You kind of have a 50-50 shot at where it's going to be if it's in the UK. Wigan, Leicester, the occasional sprinkling of Milton Keynes.
Yeah, just don't turn up to the wrong venue in the wrong week.
140. Yuri require 110.
110 for Ussa. Double 16.
78. But you require 133.
Yeah, Ussa perhaps just needs to tighten up the finishing. As you say, he missed 4. He was 1 from 5 in his opening match.
59.
He
Yuri
was the one
require
missed
32.
on the back end of a combination here.
Game shot on the
No
first
issue
leg.
with dart number 2
Yuri
at
Ussa.
double 16.
Second leg, Yuri 2 for
Looks
Ussa.
really tidy, doesn't he,
Game on.
Yuri? And as I say, we didn't quite know what sort of form we'd get from him. We've seen some up and down stuff in terms of the form coming into this tournament, but we also do see players that improve when they play on this
59.
stage. The conditions is set perfectly for players to perform at optimum level. And I just wonder whether he's somebody that maybe because he's
100.
playing better opposition, because of the conditions and because of everything that the format has, maybe just plays within themselves this week.
Yeah, and also when you're here on debut, you do want to make that good first impression.
58.
I know players that come here for the first time and some settle quickly, some take a little bit longer than others, but the one main theme that we always have is they want to come back and do it again.
140.
The best way to do that is to play well, make good inroads, get yourself into Saturday night and perhaps pick up a title.
180.
Second max, averaging 95. I know it's only leg 2, but I've got to say, I've really liked what I've seen from this Finn so
100.
far. He may be finished, but he's only just getting started.
And welcome to Monday morning.
180,
Welcome to maximum number
which
3
require
for Ussa.
161. $83.
So 2 12s
Yuri
for 2
require
zip.
24. Game shot on the second leg.
13 dart.
Yuri
This is
Ussa.
really good from Yuri Ussa so far.
Third leg
Averaging
books to throw
103.
first. Game on.
0.66 after a couple of legs. Legs 1 today, 14, 16, 13.
85.
And I echo the sentiments that we said in the previous game between him and Andy Baetens. The game is there.
60.
And if he can harbour something like this and just carry on the way he is on a consistent basis, that 33-1 and that 40-1 in terms of the odds for the group and the week respectively. I'm not saying he'll go and win one or other, but you can crumple up your betting slip and put those odds in half.
60.
But Devine has been in this position previously. He was 2-0 down against Graham Hall in his opener. Managed to reel off the next 4 legs to win 4 legs to 2, so he knows not to panic.
$85.
Started on the 18s. It was the right idea, but the execution a little bit off.
66.
And what it has done is open up the door here for Ussa for a potential double break here.
Yeah, that's made it a little bit awkward. Needs to lift it across those 2.
60.
Argument there really to have switched with the last start for Ussa.
22.
Couple of scores which have gone awry. Well, 3, 59, 66 and 22 for Butch Devine. And that door's still open for Ussa.
$60.
Only a 60 doesn't leave him on a finish, and so Butcher's 6.
58.
Only needs himself a 156, and so Ussa with a ton will leave himself on a 2-darter.
Well, ton 40 would leave him on a double.
140.
and he
Butcher
will-
require 156.
Will he get to return for double 18? He will indeed, because the first one goes wild.
82.
So there's the
Yuri
3-0.
require 36.
Double 14. Just ask Andrew Cunning the trajectory of that second
8.
dart.
Butcher requires 74.
Well, Devine, chance here for 74. 1 dart at tops, and the
35.
first dart a double. and
Yuri required
does
28.
not go to plan for Butch Devine.
Is that too close?
Game
That
shot
was
on the
perfect.
third leg.
Clip off the
Yuri
barrel
Ussa.
into the bed, and Ussa's double broken his opponent.
Fourth leg, Yuri to throw
Has the
first.
darts here
Game on.
to beat Butch by 4 legs to 0.
$140.
Yeah, and it will make for interesting reading when it comes to the table if it does go the way of Ussa.
100.
Because by my reckoning, it will be everyone with at least 1 win under their belt, barring Robert Thornton and Andy Baetens with 2.
40.
And Yuri coming off a bit of an assembly line of good Finnish players. Seen Kirsi Venäkainen win a Women's Week here. Had success
97.
in the past. I just realised I dropped myself in it because I realised who Kirsi beat in that final.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Henry. No, you're right, Kirsi Venäkainen. She's done brilliant stuff under this roof.
140.
Almost as bad as the time that I said that somebody's going to be the favourite to win Champions when I sat next to Keegan Brown, forgetting he was in Champions Week.
140.
But Marco Cantlou still playing some decent stuff. And, of course, Timu Harju, who picked up the first ever Nordic and Baltic Championship back in October in Copenhagen.
95. Butcher
Yeah,
require
Harju gave
164.
Alan Suter a bit of a scare at the World Championships as well.
I think he scared himself with the 15 mismatched darts.
Yes.
60.
For this for the
Yuri
match,
require
Ussa
86.
hoping needing just a 1 match dart to win this game. He's going to get 2 at double 16. And again, is that useful? Yes,
Game
it's the
shot and a
answer.
match.
That's a
Yuri
4-0
Ussa.
win for Yuri Ussa. And that was a commanding display from the Finn. Average just underneath the 90 mark in the end, but for large swathes, he was in at around the mid-90s. That the tail of the tape from a comprehensive 4-0 win. Coming up after the break, Justin Smith takes on Andy Baetens.
Game shot at fourth leg.
Beautiful
Tom
1-1-4 finish for Tom Lonsdale.
Bullseye for Coulson.
Game shot
Yes,
at
he
sixth leg.
can.
Very
1-2-7 and game. He's asking the question. Single 18, it's the bullseye again. Does Coulson do it? 2 in a row. Yes, he does. Sensational. This is what Martin's been doing all week.
Game shot at first leg.
What a ton shot.
Game shot at match.
But it's Robbie Martin.
One left in hand on double 10 and it
shot at
goes.
match.
All Ashley Coleman can do is look on.
Game shot at match.
But it is Colin Osborne. Not what he would expect for himself.
Game shot at
But
first
that
leg.
is, but is it all academic?
Game shot
It
at
is too
match.
late.
Coleman sat there on the same double.
Game shot at
No
match.
thought of losing that game from Robbie Martin. One down the lens. Front,
Game
lovely
shot at sixth
jubbly.
leg. Colin Osborne. Game shot at
It goes to Coulson. Get dart, surely. Double top for the match. And he takes it. Double top for the match. And it's game, shot, and the match called by Paul Hinks for Derek Coulson. He wins the final 4-1.
Yeah, Derek Coulson sealed a 6th Champions Week appearance on Saturday night. And he joins Radek Sagansky, Keanu Van Velzen and Steve Green into Champions Week. So that is how that lineup looks. Let's have a look and see how this morning looks as we get Group A underway. And before the break, we saw a really good display from the Finnish qualifier, Yuri Ussa, a 4-0 win over the Irishman Butch Devine. And so at the halfway point of proceedings, this is how the table looks. As you can see, Andy Barton's the only player with a perfect record so far. Played 2, 1-2, and he's looked mightily impressive in doing so. As far as the rest of the group is concerned, everybody else has picked up a win, with the exception of Robert Thornton, who is languished at the bottom of the pile. So we're going to see if Andy Bartons can make it 3 out of 3 now. He takes on Justin Smith in game number 7 of the morning. And Justin himself has played some decent stuff today. A 4-1 win and a 4-1 loss his opening 2 matches. But are we just beginning to get the feeling, Laura, that Andy Bartons is becoming the player to beat in this Group A?
Well, the table definitely says so at this early stage. It was a really good opening performance for Bartons.
First leg,
That 4-1
Justin
victory over
Tufuofa.
Ussa, the 94.5 average. Wasn't quite the same level against Robert Thornton, just over 81 for his game 2.
60.
But just shows to me already early on that Andy Bartons seems to be able to win from any kind of position so far.
140.
I think the difference in performance probably reflects what we've seen from him towards
59.
within the Pro Tour and then even at Challenge Tour. Very up and down in terms of the levels.
100.
Although in fairness, you could
45.
have a very similar argument from what we've seen so far from Justin Smith. But it is early doors. Plenty more darting action to come.
140.
9 more games to go.
9 more games to go today. But we've still got 2 more days of play before just Group
45.
A
And
is concluded. Then we move into Group C and Group B.
Triple 20 for double 18. Not to be, but he's got all the time he wants. Well, the only thing he's seemingly dropping is his darts to the floor right now, Andy Bartons.
$140. And he requires 16.
He's got two good guys,
No
unable to
score.
find.
Justin, you require 152.
Well, an opportunity for Smith to pinch his pocket, but first one goes low.
60. Andy, you require 16.
Double 8. Found for
Aim
Andy
shot on the
Baetens.
first leg.
Breaks the throw
Andy
and
Baetens.
opens up a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
And you get the sense at this level, sky's the limit for Andy Baetens. I'd imagine probably going back to Lakeside would be high on the agenda. Obviously, he never got to defend it because he got a tour card. So, effectively, if he went back, he'd be the lineal
100.
champion of that tournament. And nobody in the men's tournament has won that twice.
140.
4 different winners in 4 years. Neil Duff, Andy, of course, Shane McGurk and Jimmy Van Schie. The latter two now on tour.
59.
Yeah, yet to see Andy Baetens do anything on the WDF side in 2026.
100.
Already had a couple of relatively large tournaments. Had the Dutch Open. Which,
97.
you're making an appearance in next year.
I'm genuinely contemplating playing in the pairs tournament.
If you're there, you've got to play in the singles just to be part of it.
You might as well just have a bye.
I'm just letting you know that at the Dutch Open, it's winner's mark as well.
Oh, I won't be marking then.
140.
I mean, take
Andy
what
requires
conclusions you
24.
want from me letting you know that.
Double 12,
And Sean
13
the second
darts for
leg.
Andy Baetens.
Andy
2-0 up,
Baetens.
averaging 103.66.
Third leg, Justin to throw first.
Yeah, Dutch
Game
Open,
on.
though, one of the biggest tournaments on the WDF calendar. And then we've just seen the conclusion of the Scottish Open and Scottish
60.
Classic up in Renfrew in Glasgow. And if you want to know if the future of the sport is safe, you only have to look at the 4 winners of the titles there.
140.
Average age of 18 years old. 15-year-old Mitchell Laurie back to winning
100.
ways. It's actually James Baetens that kind of let the youth side down at the tender age of 22. He was the oldest victor. Sophie McKinley at 19 and Rebecca Allen at just 16-year-olds, all taking senior titles.
60.
Yeah, there's also another event in Australia, the South Australian Classic, which is won by Raymond Smith. beat
55.
Carl Schaefer 6-3 in the final. Whilst in the women's competition, Monica Ribeiro got the better of Sharon Sin by
100.
5 legs to 1.
It's good to see her back in the winning circle as well. Ribeiro, I think it's been about 4 years since she picked up a title.
Yeah, very busy time of it on the
125.
WDF, as it is every circuit at the beginning of the season. Just feels like a never-ending Henry Ford assembly line, this
Justin
sport.
require 161.
Yeah, busy. And it's hard to keep up with all the varying results.
42. Andy requires 78.
Oh, Barton's here. Look at a double top for the double break.
Game Sean.
In it goes, leads 3-0.
Andy Baetens.
Averaging 102.5, 3 from 6 in terms of his finishing.
Fourth leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
And Justin Smith, averaging a shade under 80, has got nothing by way of response. Barton's with the throw to win this 4-0. And actually,
140.
he could win this game in about 6 minutes flat. Now, the fastest game here is 5 minutes 31 seconds. Shane McGurk against Danny Van
59.
Tripe in Champions Week 11. He's not going to break that mark. However, if he gets this done quickly, he could be very much in the top 10 fastest games
100.
played here. 5 minutes 28 seconds was the match time prior to that
43.
throw for Justin Smith. Justin Smith may be delaying the inevitable.
55.
Well, Baetens, I mentioned, was a little bit off the pace in that match against Robert Thornton that went the distance, but there is no hanging around in his third match.
77. $85.
That slip shouldn't cause him problems.
100. Andy
Might go
require
25 here.
121.
Leave himself 96. He did so early on in the day. 96 left. Make that 36 left.
103.
Yeah, hasn't missed many darts at a double. And I don't think that one's going to prove costly because he knows he's coming back. And
41.
oh, he's got 6 from here.
And he requires 18.
2 9s
Game shot
for
and a
4-0
match,
win
Andy
and a
Baetens.
brutal display from Andy Baetens. The brilliant Belgian averages over a ton, 100.2 in a 4-0 dismantling of the Bearded Dragon, who didn't even have a dart and a double in that contest. 60 darts was all Andy Baetens needed to get the better of Justin Smith. Coming up next, Graham Hall takes on Ussa. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're live here on Pluto TV on this Monday morning, and before the break, Andy Baetens got the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to nil, averaging 100.2, 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing. It was a brilliant display from the Belgian. Next up for us, Graham Hall and Ussa go head to head. Both players looking for their second wins of the morning, having got off the back of their first wins of the day in their previous matches. Graham Hall got the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 1, averaging 92.4 in that game, 4 from 9 in terms of his doubles. As for Ussa, he averaged just underneath the 90 mark, was 4 from 10 in terms of his doubling, had 3 180s in that contest as well. They both played to the
first leg,
tight that we've seen from the pair this morning. We could be in for a bit of a corker of a contest here.
Yeah, I do agree. I think this is an interesting one because we've seen ups from them and we've seen some downs, but their last matches, they were definitely the best performances from each of them so far today. But Yuri, in both his encounters, despite losing the first one, he's made a really strong
100.
start in both.
$30.
Graham's one of those players that you often see kind of fidgety in the background, almost bouncing up and down as if he's on a space hopper.
Could add a new element to darts, couldn't it?
$100.
Only problem with space hoppers is when you get off it, particularly once you. I mean, I haven't been on a space hopper for about 15 years, admittedly, but
say 15 minutes then.
But I can imagine at my age, I'd imagine if I get off of them, my legs are gonna feel a bit sore.
Imagine how my legs might feel at my age.
$140. $140.
I wasn't sure. He looked like he was going to go for a third. Max would have left him on double 15. Obviously liked the line, didn't mind what double he left. But this is on for Hall. Not anymore.
98. Yuri, you require 70.
So this for the break. Single. Well, the treble there means it's going to be a dart double eight. Double eight is found. It's a 15-dart break for the Finn, who leads 1-0.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever. Knew exactly what was left.
Game on.
You do have certain players that have that in their game plan, that perhaps they prefer the route of double 16 and double 8, but just trying to play 77. The percentages by going for the single or the treble 12.
Well, the draws come out for the Players' Championship. Some interesting games in the first round. Gero Price against Adam Lipscomb jumps off the page. Luke Woodhouse up against Brendan Dolan is a nasty first round game. Nathan Aspinall against Seb Białecki.
95.
Chris Dobie up against Shane McGurr. That'll be a good game in the first round. Stefan Belmont against Jimmy Van Schie.
$80.
Stephen Bunting against Carl Schneid. Tom Sykes against Adam Lee. Them two, of course, met at the recent ADC Global Championship. Tom Sykes getting the better of him on 2 occasions before making it through to the quarterfinals, where he would succumb to the eventual champion Jack Tweddle.
140.
Tommy Morris against Justin Hood in a real Super Series matchup.
Yeah, Justin Hood was in the house, wasn't he, on Saturday?
He was, and as ever, very popular, Justin Hood. Kevin Duitz takes on Connor Scott. Michael Smith takes on King Barry. Joe Hunt, top of the Challenge Tour. We will see him here in Series 13. He takes on Mike DeDecker.
161.
His first round game as
Yuri require 170.
with that 1-6-1 setup. Leads himself on double 12 unless Ussa could have taken out the big fish, which Graham Hall's already had today.
96. Graham, you require 24.
No big fish for Ussa, and it's an opportunity for Graham Hall here to break straight back. That's one dart, it's double 6.
18. Yuri, you require 74.
How costly will that miss prove to be for Graham Hall? Because it's 2 darts in hand for Yuri Ussa.
$42.
2 really well thrown darts.
Graham, you require
not
6.
the outcome he wanted.
And so this, to break back.
Game showing
No
the second
mistake
leg.
on the
Graham
trapdoor
Hall.
double. Graham Hall levels us up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, a lot of players, myself included, they like the combination of the 12s through to the double 6, but not many like it when it goes down to double 3.
85.
It was a real attacking dart from Graham Hall to pin the lowest double on the board.
I mentioned had some good wins en route to the final
93.
qualifying game of the World Masters a few weeks ago. Beat Arno Merck 3-2 in the opening game before a 3-1 win against Victor Tingstrom in the
60.
final group match. Then in the knockouts, he got the better of Peter Wright by 3-2. Then Cam Crabtree by the same scoreline before losing 3-1 to Connor Scott in the
58.
final qualifier. Connor in that game averaged 100.3. Graham 95.38. It was actually one of 3 Super Series players who have made the final qualifier of that tournament. He also made it through to the quarterfinals of the
100.
final Challenge Tour, the first weekend of the season. Lost out 5-3 to Scuba Steve Lennon.
Yeah, Scuba Steve as well already made his debut here at the Modus
59.
Super Series, Series 13.
Didn't make it through to Saturday, did he?
And I think that just goes to show, again, how difficult the format is to negotiate, especially if you haven't played it before.
100.
Because to me, it's not just about how you play, it's a kind of mentality as well, in terms of you're so used to knockout darts that the fact that this is done as a round robin, and then
59.
if you're here on
Graham,
Monday,
you require 156.
you have to know how to kind of pace yourself to play over 5 consecutive days as well. Potentially or hopefully 6.
Well, Neil Duff's a great example of somebody. It took him a few times to crack the code, but once he got it right once, he hasn't looked back since. Graham, since dropping off tour, he hasn't been able to really find that
140.
winning
Graham, you
formula
require
again. He has,
16.
of course, picked up the tour championship in this building. And he's
Game showing
picked
the
off that
third
double
leg.
8 to go
Graham
2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, Yeri to throw first. Game on. $39.
It was a disappointing opener in leg 4 for Ussa. And it opens up the door early on here for Graham Hall.
89. $100.
Ussa does well just to pick off that treble 20 with the last start.
$98.
That's a max and Yuri. Now,
180.
I'm already looking at Yuri, and I'm looking at the week as a whole, because I still am of the belief that it's between Graham and Andy for Group A. But wherever he gets left in terms of a group, and I think he could straddle the border of Group B, Group C. I think he's got a really good chance, particularly if it was to be Group C for him. I think he's got a
56.
really good chance of qualifying through to Saturday. The early evidence tells me this is a proper player.
$134.
Yeah, I have to agree, but
Yuri require 126.
he's under a bit of pressure here to pin this 126. And if he's going to do it, needs that treble 19. So this for Hall to
58.
go within 1 of the match.
Graham, you require 40.
So double top for the break.
Game showing the
He's so
fourth
good
leg.
at using a
Graham
marker,
Hall.
isn't he, Graham Hall? Usually when that first dart just sits above like that, you're
Fifth leg,
expecting
Graham
one of the
to
next
throw
two to
first.
hit. And that 14th
Game
darter puts G-Man to within a leg.
$60.
Coming up after this, Robert Thornton takes on Butch Devine.
$40.
There is a little bit of a pattern appearing though with
97.
Ussa so far, and he seems the kind of player that, yes, if he makes a good start and he's able to build on it, then he seems to be quite a good player to lead from the front. But
60.
saw in his opening match against Andy Baetens, it was a solid opening leg, but then lost 4 legs to 1. He seems to find it hard to get back into a match. This may change, obviously, as the week
58.
progresses.
And of course, for everything that happens on Monday, we should stress that it is only Monday. And we've seen players that poor starts on a Monday and get better as the week goes on. We've seen
94.
the antithesis of it. Players who get off to positive starts and then go on the wane as the week goes on.
Yeah, Graham Hall just giving himself a moment. Those first two well off the target.
26.
Can't quite rescue it, but does straighten up with the last.
$100.
Well, finds a treble. But Graham Hall with one of his own will leave himself first to finish to win the match. And he's 2 after straying wide.
45.
Yeah, it's a couple of consecutive throws that hasn't got that line right with the first start.
57.
Well, he's just left himself on a finish, but Graham Hall will feel in this position he's got 6 on 215 to get the beating of his man.
140.
And that 140 he's left
Here you
himself
require
on 75. And he's going to get a look at it to seal a 4-1 win.
56. Graham, you require 75.
Target was treble 17, but now he's on 66, and it's one darter ball for the match.
40.
Again,
Here you require
just
94.
Pulls it wide. So Ussa with a chance to bring it back within 1. And ball is the target for Ussa.
47.
That would have been dart of the day
Graham, you
so
require
far if
35.
that was hit. But Graham Hall here. Look at a double 16 to wrap up a 4-1 win.
Game shot.
A
and the
4-1
match,
win it
Graham Hall.
is. And that was pretty much a par for the course performance, that for Graham Hall. Average of 87.5, 4 from 9 in terms of his finishing. And importantly, it puts him onto 4 points in the group. That the tail of the tape, a decent display. The 2 treble visiting there. 7 compared to 2. That kind of gave him the launch pad to have more opportunities at a double. Coming up next, we're going to see Robert Thornton and Butch Devine jousted out.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Ussa wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up, to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Ussa losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion.
Jeff Smith! Micro step to his right. I'm not even sure that step needed to be found, but he finds the 130 on the ball.
Lead Tops. Tops has got. Yes, Robert Thornton from Scotland represented Team Scotland in the international pairs. And you can hear what him and Scott Campbell have been getting up to at the live lounge in Modus Moments, which sums up their best moments from the Modus Super Series. That's coming up next here on Pluto TV. I wonder what moments he's going to come up with here against Butch Devine
First
in
leg,
game
Robert
number 9.
Throw first. Game on.
Butch from Ireland. And did represent Team Ireland at the 2024 WDF Europe Cup. Lost out in the singles final. But finals night is what's on the periphery of both players this week for Robert. It's his 17th appearance here. No player has played in this competition more times than the Fawn. Two players, different ends of the experience spectrum. But in terms of performances today, you have to say that Butch has had maybe just a little bit of level up of Robert, but not too much maybe.
No, but the important bit, I think, for looking at the table is Butch has already picked up a couple of points. That's what it's all about. Picking up the points, because even if you don't get through Group A, you do really want to try and negotiate yourself into second or third on the table, because what would await is a place in Group B if you can do
55.
that. 3 players out of the 5 going through. If you do go to Group B, it's only 2 players out of 6 in Group C, so much harder to negotiate.
80.
So Divine 112 to get the break and to get himself one up. If he can win this game, he'll join Graham. 4 points in the group.
Butcher require 112.
Oh, he's already set up an opportunity for an early break. If he's going to take it, needs a big treble. Couldn't find the
52.
adjustment.
Robbie require 120.
So Shanghai for Thornton. There's the treble. Well, in some ways, that might be a happy accident, because double 10's an open target.
110.
Which he cannot get.
Butcher requires 60.
Shuffles across the oche. Tops the target.
20. Robert, you require 10.
2 go high. Thornton not overly settled. But I hope that is a settler.
Robert Thornton.
As he goes 1 up. And Butch Devine on
Second
debut.
leg, Butch to throw first.
Robert Thornton's been in many a times and just tells you got to wait, pal. 10-second stop clock between legs.
140.
Yeah, and again, if you're a player that's quick and you like to just get straight up to the oche when you get the opportunity to throw first, then yeah, it's just another thing to think
45.
about.
45. 100. 100.
Good pick over the last, just keeps Butch honest.
$60.
However, yes, it's just a 60, but he's got a bit of space, a bit of luxury in terms of time in this
55.
leg. And he's got 6, probably 9. From 201 to bring this game back onto level terms.
100.
And again, just manages to pick off a big treble.
57. But you require 101.
So 101. Can no longer be done, but he has got time and space.
93.
Yeah, sets up well in the end. Robert Thornton way back in this leg.
58. But you require 8.
For a level match.
Game show on the second leg. Butch Devine.
And there we go, 1 apiece.
Third leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
So levels, you Devils at 1 apiece.
80.
Seen that a few times in terms of darts just losing their pace because they clatter into Robert Thornton's other darts. All the others have landed on the deck, but
45.
I think that's because Robert Thornton, when he's on point, he really does throw in exactly
41.
the same way. He's got that kind of throw that stood the test of time. Really hasn't changed. If you watch back when he was winning things like the UK Open back in 2012.
100.
Exactly the same kind of action.
Replication leads to consistency. Consistency leads to success.
100. $98. $54.
The first real audible call we've had today from Thornton of Robert.
85.
Because he knows that he should be way further in front in this leg.
56.
We had the advantage of throwing first. He has become the first player down to a finish, but Devine from this position will think he'll be
41.
back because it's the big fish
Robbie
for
require
Thornton.
170.
The fish and the champagne shot. We're not going to see the big fish again. Are we going to be popping the cork come midday?
60. Butcher require 132.
Seen this scared by Andy Baetens as well. There's the first bullseye. Just wide with a second.
Yeah, and he'd be disappointed because there was a lot of room, but because of the angle of the first start, had to move across slightly.
76. Robbie, you require 110.
So 110. He's off the cards now. And so Devine will return for
42.
56 to get the break.
Butcher require
and
56.
to put himself 2-1 in front. Double top it is. Now 2 10s. 2 10s
James on the
found.
third leg.
Break found.
Butch Devine.
And Butch Devine is 2-1 to the good, much to the
Fourth
disconsolence
leg,
of Robert
Butch
Thornton in the
first.
background. A shake of the head from the Scot,
Game on.
who should have had full control of that leg, ended up losing it.
Yeah, 21 darts thrown and will be disappointed.
140. $60.
Don't forget, in the next game, we will be answering the tungsten teaser, which is
60.
this. Which city in Belgium hosted the European Darts Championship when Belgium hosted the event between 2016 and 2017?
123. $58.
Robert Thornton battling to stay in this match.
121.
The 1-2-1 gets him right in the leg.
$55.
If you've got your thinking caps on and you want to send us a tweet with the tungsten teaser answer, you can do at MSS Darts.
177.
There's Thornton with that 137. 177, sorry, shall I say. Leaves himself on double 10.
Yeah, 177 as good as a max,
100.
especially in the
Probably
situation where he's
require
on
20.
one of those doubles that he
James
hits with
on the
so
fourth
much
leg.
frequency.
Robert Thornton.
It's a break back for Thornton. It's 2-all and we're back on throw.
Fifth leg.
And that was
Robert
much more
to
like it as well. 13 darter for the four.
Game on.
And a chance for him to really take full advantage of
45.
Butch Devine. It could be a case of what goes around comes around, because you may remember he trailed 2-0 to Graham Hall before winning 4-2.
43.
He doesn't want that being reversed on him here.
$121.
Here's Robert Thornton just finding a bit more consistency when it comes to the treble hitting.
$135.
He's going to need it because Devine's firing back again.
100.
Good fun with the last there, but Thornton's still on top in this leg. Started down on the 25s.
43.
And I get it. It's sensible play. I understand it. But the execution, when it's not there, then it causes you all kind of problems, as you've seen.
99.
Robert Thornton's given Divine 6 from that 2-2-3.
$44. But you require 124.
So 1-2-4 to re-establish the lead. Can't be done now. So Thornton 1-4-8.
It was almost like one of those darts where you're caught between
36.
two mines.
Robert, you require 148.
But it's not a complete disaster for Divine.
81. But you require 88.
There's too many slips into obscure targets of Thornton. Divine looking at the ball. And because of that slip with the last dart, it means he may only get one here to complete the leg. Double top it is. And double top is low.
But you
the
require
singles
35.
numbers weren't the most convincing. Just squeezed in the 17, squeezed into the 10. Is this going to squeeze into double 16?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
It is.
Butch Divine.
And the heroics of Robert Thornton, who broke
6th leg, Butch
Divine in the previous leg. He's been broken
on.
straight back. All the hard work undone.
And so Butch Divine with the darts in his hand to wrap it up for 2.
140.
Kicks off 140. Thornton is under it. Remember, the only player in this group yet
60.
to pick up a win, the twice World Seniors champion.
$60. $45.
And I can see, obviously we can all see that frustration, but I think sometimes it's worse when you're throwing the darts and they're just that
81.
close because they're both sat on the wire.
Well, it's all of them. An inch is as good as a mile, isn't it? And
121.
that's a good recovery for a dart one because it could have been so easy for things to completely capitulated for Thornton there. But he picks up a couple. Yes, he's behind in the leg, but he's tapped
100.
Butch on the shoulder.
He's going to need to find a similar kind of score here, and that is the ideal first start for Robert Thornton. He's going to find his first max of the match. Well, he has to settle for a 140.
120.
For the match, treble for tops. Unable to get, so Thornton 135.
60. Robbie, you require 135.
And this to level things up, and he can't find the first phase of the 135 finish. He was looking for the 25, and then the adjustment again back to the top of the board. You say we often say in darts all about timing, and the timing's
31.
off here for Thornton.
Butcher requires 60.
And so it's given Butch Divine the opportunity to see this match out. Double top to complete a 4-2 win. Now double 10.
40.
It's not there, and so Thornton gets
Robbie,
one
you require
last lingering
104.
hope.
Single 10 for tops.
84.
And just drags it low.
Butcher require 20.
Disappointment for Robert Thornton.
And so it paves the way for Butch Divine to win
No
the match,
score.
but 3 darts at double 10 have
Robbie, you
come and
require
gone.
20.
Double 5. He's found it once in the
And
match,
shot
and
the
he's
sixth
found it
leg.
again to level it
Robert
up
Thornton.
at 3 apiece.
And so we head the
Robert
distance.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a second consecutive match for Thornton where he has gone into a last leg decider. The last one went the way of Andy Baetens. But for Divine,
95.
maybe an element of frustration because he had match darts to win this 4 legs to 2.
55.
Now he's on the back foot.
59.
Well, both players shopping around for trebles here.
100.
Butch finds a big one.
Oh, Robert could find an even bigger one.
100.
It doesn't get bigger than that. A Big Max.
121. Robert, you require 167.
Well, that slips. And it gives Thornton 6 to win it.
57.
Just the 57 points means he's still on a ton plus finish.
65.
Divine
Robbie, you require
also joins
110.
him. Triple 18 for double 18 for a 110 checkout. A clap of the hands from Robert Thornton because he's now had a match start. He's still looking for that first win of the day.
100.
And he's going to get 3 more
Robbie, you
at
require
double 18
36.
to do exactly that. 2 9s. Inside, and so Butch Divine will be back
No
for
score.
60 to win it.
Butch, you require 60.
2 darts in hand. It's tops the target. That goes well high.
20.
Well,
Robbie, you
Thornton
require 36.
has been given a reprieve. Can he make the most of it? Knows the answer. They're
No
3 well
score.
thrown darts. They've all kissed and bent the wire. And
Butch
Butch
require
Divine is
40.
back for 3 more.
Game shot and a match.
Well, he
Butch
only
Divine.
needed one more. It was match darts for both players and disappointment for Robert Thornton, who's still yet to get a win for today. But it's a second win for Butch Divine. That there, the tail of the tape. It was very much about missed darts at double, especially towards the tail end. But coming up next, we'll see Andy Baetens taking on Graham Hall.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 3 rounds worth of play on this Monday morning, and before the break, Butch Devine got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3. Right, let's have a look at the table, because Andy Baetens is at the top. He's the only player with a 100% record so far in this group. 6 points to his name. Graham Hall and Devine with 4 apiece. Ussa and Smith on 2. Thornton, the only player yet to pick up a win so far today. And we're going to see if Andy Baetens can make it 4 from 4, because he's going to take on Graham Hall. This is game number 10 of our morning session. We're here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in the United Kingdom, and the pictures are being beamed to you on Pluto TV. And if you're out and about and you want to watch the darts on the move, and why don't you download the Pluto TV app? It is available to download, free to watch on the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. But who's going to be the appiest of the two come the end of this one, as Hall and Baetens go head to head? That might be the worst one I've ever done.
I didn't even look at you after you said that, and you started almost laughing, because you know what I'm thinking. Well, we have reached the afternoon of this Monday.
100.
Suppose it's to be expected from you, Henry.
This is me on my best behaviour.
But this is the game. These are the two that have come into the group. They are the favourites, not just for the group, but potentially to pick up the title for the week.
96.
Their first meeting of what will be at least 3. 2 more days of play in Group A.
26.
And I guess in terms of consistency, you have to say that it's Andy Baetens that's kind of been the more consistent of the two players. He's had the highest
60.
average, the only ton plus average we've seen to date.
$96.
2 in.
140.
It's the second time I've seen Andy Baetens do that, where he's trying to move across, but he moves to the right, and there's more space in the treble bed to the left. And you would imagine
81.
most players moving to the
And you
left.
require
It
105.
just surprises me, but it's not the first time he's done it.
Go 5 ball, man. Oh, that's boring. Boring.
85.
However, he's left himself on double 10 when he comes back.
It's you may say boring. I would say sensible and rather pragmatic in the situation that he finds himself in.
92.
Yes, and sensible is boring,
And
okay?
you require 20.
And also effective.
Game shot on the first leg. Andy
Almost
Baetens.
wasn't.
Well, the Belgium one
Second
up.
leg, Graham 2, throw first. Game on.
Well, they say that blue and green should never be seen. But these two, we hope,
96.
can provide a right old tungsten treat on this Monday lunchtime.
60. 93.
Yeah, it's a good pick off with the last dart. Graham Hall going to look forward to
60.
make mistakes against Andy Baetens. As I say, been the kind of standout player of today, yet to lose a match.
$60.
You know, we haven't done the tungsten teaser yet.
We have not, no.
60.
Been on the edge of my seat for the last, half an hour, 45 minutes.
So, here we go. This is the tungsten teaser answer for this Monday. The question was, which Belgian city hosted the European
45.
Darts Championship between 2015 and 2017? The correct answer was Hasselt. Won by Michael van Gerwen on those
140.
occasions. That was during the period where he couldn't lose a game on ITV4.
100.
Well, Baetens needs a whopping big score here just to keep pace with Graham.
100.
Finds a treble to leave
Graham, you require
himself on
107.
81, and this cannot be converted.
Yeah, and Graham Hall, the only player to have had a finish over 100. It was the biggest finish of all.
91.
The big fish.
And you require 81.
So 81. Double 12.
Game shot on the second
that's
leg.
superb.
Andy Baetens.
That's a superb kill. 2-0. And
third leg, Andy.
despite playing nowhere near his
Game
best,
on.
he's making this look routine.
Yeah, and that'll be disappointing again for Hall. He's lost his throw. But in a leg that he probably
180.
should have won because he was dominating from the start, and now he's really on the back foot. It's a maximum from Andy Baetens. You're having a quick look, and these two have played each other previously back in 24 on the Pro Tour, and it was Graham Hall that got the better of Baetens by 6 legs to 2.
42. $95.
Sat perfect. He'll be disappointed with only a ton there, Andy Baetens.
He's not having a great deal fired back from Graham Hall. Baetens, with this luxury of time on his side, can just set up.
95.
So 84 left for Baetens.
64. Andy, you require 84.
Doesn't have to chase the ball. That's why he heads down to the
52.
16s, because 32 leads himself on, guess what, 32.
$92. Andy, you require 32.
Well, Graham Hall's left the champagne shot. Not the first time we've seen it today,
shot
but
on
it's
the
not the
third
first
leg.
time that
Andy Baetens.
Andy Baetens has denied his opponent an opportunity at a finish.
Fourth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
As you mentioned, Henry, by no means is this top flight performance from Andy Baetens, but Graham Hall is yet to have a double.
125.
Well, he's the type of player that his B game here is going to be enough to get jobs done. Graham Hall isn't actually
26.
necessarily one of those customers you'd expect it to be good enough against, but G-Man has just had a real off game here, averaging just under 78.
60.
As you mentioned, not even had a double. It's been uncharacteristic.
100.
It has, but it's got a little bit of a lead in leg 4.
100.
Don't forget, although this is only day one, players, leg difference can be all important. We saw it last week in Group A with Derek Coulson and Robbie Martin finishing Group A on equal points, and it was leg difference that made
96.
the difference. It saw Derek Coulson go straight through to the finals. If you're going to lose, don't lose big.
Win big, lose tight, as Paul Nicholson would say, as Hall. Well, he's having a bit of a rally back in this leg. Leaves himself on a 2-darter after 12.
60.
And he's going to get 6
Graham,
on
you
here to
require
get something on the
76.
board.
Tops.
56.
First start at a double, and it goes just south of the target.
Here comes Baetens.
133.
2-double turn, and
Graham,
all
you
of a
require
sudden, this
20.
double 10 has to go.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
No issue
Graham
there
Hall.
in the end for Graham Hall. Chalks up a leg, but he's still
leg,
got a
Andy
lot
to
of
throw
work
first.
to do to get back
Game
in this
on.
match.
Well, he's got to break Baetens twice if he's going to stand any chance of winning the game. However, that's a little bit of an
41.
opening. Just a 41. He's got to pounce all over this, Graham Hall. He's a treble.
96.
Finds one with the last.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to hear what the goals are for Andy Baetens in 2026. Obviously, he's back here at the Super Series. Whether he will be looking to do a bit of WDF. We've seen him on the Challenge Tour as well. He's got options open to him now.
60.
And that is the advantage of the way the sport is going, the opportunities that have been opened up at all levels of the sport.
140.
Well, backs up the 180 with a 140 and sailing towards the finishing line.
26. And you require 140.
Wow. This should be a case of academia now, this match. It's not going to be done in 3.
82.
But Baetens will come back, leaving himself 58 to get the job done.
Yeah, and it's 58 after 12 darts as well. It's a really solid leg once again from Andy Baetens.
96. And you require 58.
For the match, double top.
Game shot.
And
a
it's
match.
another
Andy
clinical
Baetens.
display from Andy Baetens. Not his brilliant best, but a 14 darter there wraps the job up by 4 legs to 1 against Graham Hall. It was an off game for him, but for Andy Baetens, well, that is 4 wins out of 4. But up next, Bush Devine takes on Justin Smith. Welcome back to the live lounge in Port. So it's Modus Super Series action for you on this Monday morning. Before the break, Andy Baetens made it 4 wins out of 4 with a 4-1 win over Graham Hall, an average of 89.5, 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing in that contest. Next up, Butch Devine and Justin Smith go head-to-head. As far as these two days are concerned, Butch can move on to 6 points for a win here against the Bearded Dragon, who won his opener
First leg, Butch to
against
throw
Robert
first.
Thornton
Game on.
4-1, averaged around about 91.5 in that contest, but hasn't been able to replicate those levels since, and
100.
didn't even get a double in his previous match against Andy Baetens, who in fairness did average 100.2 against him.
100.
But Justin will feel like he's at that point of the day where he's got to begin to make a kick.
He can still turn things around for your day from
85.
this particular point, because Smith, he knows he's got a couple of games left, so he could leave the building on 6 points. But when you've had that strong
100.
start and then you've had that drop-off, as we've seen from Smith, sometimes it's hard to pick yourself up. As for Devine, as you say, he's already got those couple of wins and he's kicked off pretty well here in his 4th match.
140.
Well, Smith's left himself on a finish after 9 against the throw, although Devine should leave himself on something handier.
42.
But should doesn't
Justin,
always
require
mean it does.
161.
134 is what he's looking at
40.
to take
Butcher
out the
require
opening leg.
134.
Options on 134, and he's opted to go for treble 20. I quite like the treble 17 over the double
58.
16 route.
Justin,
Just because you're
require
throwing 2 darts at the
121.
same target.
Well, Smith unable to get the 1-2-1, so Devine, providing he stays straight, should get at least a dart at tops to hang on to his throw, which, for the last sway to the leg, looked as if it was under a bit of trouble, under a bit of
45.
pressure.
Butcher requires 76.
Both players on 76. There's Devine with first look at tops.
56.
And that just drops low.
Justin, you require 76.
Now the break opportunity is on, and this time it's 2 darts, it's double 8.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Justin
same
Smith.
finish as Devine, but different outcome for Justin Smith.
Second leg, Justin
Bearded
to
Dragon,
throw
one
first.
up, break in
Game
hand.
on.
When you pick a nickname like that, like the Bearded Dragon, what if one day you want to shave your beard off? You're kind of stuck with it.
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, you're kind of forcing yourself into a bit of a trap there, aren't you?
60. 98.
Yeah, good ball management from Smith, making sure he's definitely on a finish.
140. Just require 167. 131.
Yeah, 3 really solid visits, 140, followed by that 98 setup, and beautiful setup play once again to make sure he's on a double after just 12.
60. Justin, you require 36. Game shot on the second leg. Justin Smith.
Well, this is more like it for Justin Smith. 13 darts, a
Third leg,
2-0
Butch to throw first.
to the goods,
Game on.
and he is in full control of this game.
And I feel like a performance like this may be important for Justin Smith because,
81.
as you mentioned previously, that match against Andy Baetens didn't have a dart at a double. And you mentioned that the 100-plus average from Baetens,
100.
but for Smith it was only around, it was about just over a 75.
45. 34.
Got a bumper week here at the live lounge. Group A is just the beginning of our tungsten tussles over the course of the next 6 days. But coming up
93.
later on in the week. In Group C, we've got Alex Williams, Harry Ward, and Phil Johnson-Hale, the ADC UK qualifier. Group B, we're going to
85.
see Sam Spivey return, Kevin Burness and Mike Warburton.
92.
I'm proud of you, Henry. You really held it in there where we got to Sam Spivey.
What, so I don't say his nickname? Seaside.
Yeah, his actual nickname, not your one.
80.
Like I say, I bet he is so glad that I'm in Ireland when he's playing on Thursday.
51.
Either that or he's
Would you require
imposed a
110?
restraining order.
Well, this, a chance for Divine to chalk one up on the board. Double 16 for a
78.
110.
Justin, you require 131.
May look at 51 tops here.
42.
So Divine back for
Butch require
32 to
32.
half the deficit.
Aim shot on the third leg. Butch Divine.
Back to 2-1. And the breaker throw that Justin Smith got at the beginning of the
Full flag,
contest
Justin to
has
throw
to be
first.
cashed in
Game on.
here.
$60. $91. $135.
Good adjustment with the second for Divine.
125.
Yeah, that visit just keeps him in the leg.
$133.
Oh, really good setup that for Justin. Okay, he's not quite left him on a finish, but he's in a very good position in this leg.
95.
Six from 173.
57.
He was just desperately seeking out one of those big trebles.
$41. Justin, you require
That is a
116.
really unfortunate deflection.
98.
Well,
Butch,
that
you
was a
require
really good dart
149.
too, just unable to find the double 18. So Divine 149 to square up at 2-2. Double 16. Just on the
133.
inside.
Justin, you require 18.
He switched this out last time, going the same route. It's a wild attempt for double 8 with
Game
the
shot on
first,
the
but
fourth flag. Justin Smith.
yeah, finds a way through. Yeah, that shake of the head, because yeah, he did not like that first
Fifth
start
flag.
at
Butch
double 8.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, Justin Smith seemingly does have a proclivity of making life hard for himself.
45. $108.
The confidence seems to be growing as this match has gone on for Justin Smith. First maximum of the match.
180.
Backed up with the second straight away from Butch Divine.
58.
Well, we're beginning to go through the gears here.
$100.
Well, Divine's left himself in a position to bring it back to 3-2. Force Justin Smith to serve it out in the next. And it looks like that's going to be the eventuality in this contest.
83.
He's not played poorly here, Butch, whatsoever. Averaging 86.5. Just that fast start for Justin Smith has always left himself on the back foot. And he's got to take this 93 out. Otherwise, the game could be coming to a close.
Yeah, all important. Triple 18 found for double 10.
Game shot.
Yeah, that's an exceptional finish
Butch
under
Divine.
pressure for Butch Divine.
Sixth flag. Justin to throw first. Game on.
Back to 3-2. Justin Smith being forced to serve the match out.
59. 45.
Yeah, really unlucky. 2 on the wrong side of the wire.
59. 30.
Yeah, finds a way over the top. But
140.
first arc really could have been a bit of a blocker, but Justin Smith now
135.
on the edge of his second victory of this first day in Group A.
100.
Well, finds a ton to leave himself first to finish. Divine needs 2 trebles, well, 2 big trebles at least, to do something similar.
How often does that happen?
43.
We say they need 2 trebles and they find a small one. We
143.
always mean big trebles.
How can it be so right yet so wrong? This could be perfect. But the 143 isn't going to go to win it.
66 left. Tries a
87.
terrible 10, but Divine still wanting at least a ton from this position. There's the first treble.
81. Justin, you require 56.
For the win. Double top.
Game shot. And a match.
For a second
Justin
win of the
Smith.
day for Justin Smith. He cuts a figure of frustration despite picking the points up. It was a real positive start, that, for the Bearded Dragon, who manages to get the job done 4-2, average just underneath the 90 mark, doubling 4 from 7. And so he moves on to 4 points, could still make it on to 6. He takes on Ussa at the end of the session, and we're going to see our Finnish friend after the break when he takes on Robert Thornton. So, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's a game 12 of our session. And before the break, we saw Justin Smith get the better of Butch Devine by 4 legs to 2. So, next up for us, it's Yuri Ussa and Robert Thornton battling it out. The situation looks like this. These two now the bottom 2 players in the group. Yuri can join Graham Hall, Justin Smith and Butch Devine on 4 of a win here. Robert Thornton is the only player left in this group yet to get off the mark. Of course, that can change with victory in this one. And for Yuri, it has to be said, Laura, what we've seen so far, there is a lot to be impressed with.
Yeah, there really is. And I
First
think for
leg,
both
Yuri
these
to
players,
throw
really,
first. Game on.
they haven't had many issues when it's come to starting matches, but it's maintaining that consistency when players are firing things back at them. So this has got an interesting dynamic to me.
45.
The other thing sometimes to consider is these two players, they would have travelled in different circles at different times of their darting careers. And if you're someone that's loved darts and watched darts, which most dart players have, for someone like Ussa to come up against a legend in Robert Thornton, that in itself brings a different feel, a different
58.
kind of, I'm not saying pressure, but you know, I remember playing Trina Gulliver, for example, for the first time, and you're just kind of in awe that you're actually playing a match with someone who's
59.
won as much as she had at the time, and yeah, it's just a different thing to think about.
Well, they say never meet your heroes. Well, in Yuri Ussa's case, he may well
59.
play one of his heroes.
$84. $140.
About to say the start's tentative from both, but first big visit goes the way of Ussa.
$130.
Bullseye found to leave himself at 145. How handy can Ussa leave this? He's downstairs.
99.
Single 19 leaves himself
Robert,
on
you
a ton.
require
So Thornton
145.
145 for the break. Needs one at some point to win this game. He was looking for the treble 15. Strays wide.
79. Yuri, you require 100.
Ussa looking at a ton. Has to be tops. Has to be. Finds the first. And gets the
James
second.
on the first leg. Yuri
Well,
Ussa.
that would be a highlight reel moment, that, for Yuri Ussa. A ton
Second
found
leg,
the
Robert
tops,
to throw
and he
first.
leads Thornton
Game
by a
on.
leg to 0.
It's a Thornton-esque finish. The Thorn synonymous with pinning that double tops
97.
target. Well, it's gone the way of Ussa. Ussa's throw was seriously under threat, but this keeps happening with Robert Thornton throughout the day. He's creating chances, but the timing's just been off.
43. $85.
Thornton eyeing up his first win of Monday. About a point to his name going into this contest.
$97. $64.
Yeah, just a few too many mistakes. Robert Thornton more than aware of it. Still got the edge in this leg,
96.
but for how long? Ussa just breathing down his neck.
$59.
We should start downstairs here, Ussa. Knows the drill.
$57.
Perseverance didn't pay dividends, and so Thornton has 6 here for 196 to square the game up at 1 apiece.
121.
Again, raise the hands because there's just been a few too many just drifting into the ones, drifting into the fives for Robert Thornton.
100. Robert, you require 75.
Single AT for Tops. Tops it is. Tops
Game
brings
showing
us
the
back
second
on
leg.
turns. They have a level
Robert
game,
Thornton.
1-1.
Yeah, both players 100%.
Third leg, Erie 2 for
on the
first.
finishing.
Game on.
Both 100% finishing on tops.
$57. $140.
Thornton just really trying to G himself up. He knows that if he's going to get a couple of points from this match, he's going to have to find a way of breaking Ussa. Ussa by no means has been
60.
Playing at the levels that we've seen earlier. He lost, despite losing 4-1 to Andy Baetens in his opening, average
57.
in excess of 85, and then impressed with that 4-0 win over Butch Devine.
$60.
Only 60.
He liked the lie of that first one,
100.
used it really well.
$98.
So 6 from here for Thornton to get the breaker to seize the initiative.
100.
Fires the treble, leaves himself on 104. Ussa, well, he needs St. Tangible now.
$37.
Well, the break opportunity's on.
Robert, you require 104.
Again, time on the side of Robert Thornton. Not the worst slip that he could have had, but that one most definitely is.
24.
Well, he gives himself a rather ironic round of applause. And then gives himself a rather ironic bow in the background. He's going to come back for 80, but he's making life rather hard work for
59.
himself, is the Thorn.
Robert, you require 80.
Again, that drag into the one. And again, just looking
65.
to tidy things up, and I'm not
Here you
quite
require
sure
130.
why he's gone that route. Just a miscount, perhaps frustration from the first 2 darts. But he's not going to be punished, but now he needs to tidy things up.
54.
Because
Robert, you
Ussa
require
is
15.
just beginning to tap him on the shoulder a bit more now. 2 4s.
Game shot on the
Well, he
third
gets
leg.
there in the
Robert
end. It
Thornton.
wasn't easy, but Thornton gets the break. He leads 2-1.
Fourth
And he
leg,
has
Robert to
the
throw
ascendancy
first.
in
Game on.
this contest. Game 12 for the afternoon.
Yeah, whilst that last leg
60.
got all a bit messy towards the tail end for Robert Thornton. Actually, when he got down to that double, it was cleanly taken, and he's 2 from 2 on the finishes.
$100. $140.
140 there for Robert. Gives himself a ton lead.
$140.
145 straight back at him from Ussa.
$59.
Well, earlier that we weren't quite sure how the game would pan out. Just from what we've seen from both of them today, there's been ups and there's been downs. I mean, at the moment, this is the best performance we've seen from Robert Thornton by way of statistics.
140. $42.
Well,
Here you
the
require
advantage that he got in the
121.
previous leg by breaking may well be whittled away in the space of 4 visits potentially in this leg. 104 doesn't have to chase treble 18, but if he doesn't have to go for it, has a glance at the scoreboard and he's going to play safe.
89.
Naming himself on 32 after 12. Not seen a dart missed at a double in this game, even if the scoring's been a little bit squiffy at times.
125. Here you require 32.
Well, there is the first dart missed. Still got 2 more in hand working his way in. He's had to move quite far across the oche.
No score.
And we've already seen this finish from
Robert, you require
Thornton.
75.
It could be the same route. Single 18 for tops.
36.
Well, that probably tells you the
Here you
issues that
require
Thornton's
32.
got. Usually, how he's playing could be dependent on how he is on that
Name
tops
shown on the
target.
fourth leg.
Ussa breaks back
Here
to
he
level
is.
up at 2-2. But if he's playing well, he doesn't miss that target. If he's playing a bit below
Fifth
par,
leg,
you'll see
here
some
he
strays
shoots for
wide.
first. Game on.
And it almost has a similar feel, doesn't it? The match between Robert Thornton and Butch Devine. Butch Devine did win that 4 legs to 3, but Robert Thornton did have darts to win the match as well. Just when he needs it most, it
45.
just seems to be deserting him today.
Now that's more like it. Much more like it.
140.
And I don't think there's anyone that wouldn't want to see Robert Thornton come here and win a
58.
regulation week. We know that he holds the record for the most appearances, 17 here at the Super Series. He's made many a final on an occasion as
81.
well, many a finals night. But he's never quite got across that winning line.
Yeah, he lost 2 weekly finals. One to Peter Jakes and one to Matt Clark.
100.
Took him a while to get over that.
$80.
Well, in the beginning, I guess it's not a thing, is it? And then you make another finals night and you don't get through, and then it got to 3, 4, 5, and then it comes a point where you think, am I destined just never to pick up this trophy, this title?
It just all builds up,
80.
doesn't it? Then 1 becomes 2, as you say, becomes 3, becomes 17.
We could have the same argument about what we were talking about, the curse of Group
100.
A. I mean, it took 25 weeks for a player to win Group A and then go on and win finals night. And it wasn't something we were discussing, even 15 weeks in particularly, but then it just built up. And it was Derek Coulson that was the last one to do it, and it was Derek Coulson that managed to get across the line 25 weeks later.
60. Robert, you require 100.
So, ton for Thornton. He was better off having a bounce out there.
64.
Well, single 6
Here
still
you
leads
require
himself on a
158.
double when he comes back, if he comes back.
But it's one of those doubles, isn't it? Everyone likes double 18. I don't know many that
58.
don't. But if you go inside, then that's when things
Robert, you
can start to get
require
a bit
36.
messy. We've seen it from Thornton already today.
Game shot on
That's the
fifth leg.
perfect heart.
Robert Thornton.
Extends out the arm again in some kind of ironic gesture to go, right, there
Sixth
you
leg,
are.
Robert to throw first.
That's how it's
Game
done.
on.
And eventually it's done. And eventually Thornton breaks again. 3-2. Becoming a bit of a breakathlon this game.
61. $140. 60.
Only a 60, much to his annoyance.
Yeah, Nora, Ussa's already only just 4 darts in, 5 darts in, and it looks like another break is on the cards because the 140 is backed up by his first maximum of the match.
25.
And it looks like we're going to head the full complement of legs.
This is a brilliant leg from Yuri Ussa.
122.
Well, what a leg this is against the throw. 59 left after just 9 darts.
54.
A potential 11 darter to break back and to take us all the way. Tops it is. Has got time.
Thornton
60.
still searching for something.
Here you require 20.
Comes up trebleless. Go on, is that awkward? It's not moving, and it doesn't prove to be awkward in the end.
Yuri Ussa.
Squeezes it past that blocking dart.
So we are
7 from
going
final
the
leg. Yuri
distance.
to
We are
throw
going
first.
to see
Game on.
the full septumnal of legs.
And it's a third consecutive match for Robert Thornton where it's gone to a last leg decider. As Ussa just
99.
started finding a bit of form just at the right time.
$121.
But that's been the problem for Robert. Too many of them darts pulling wide.
Yeah, as a switch, that really did kick up.
96.
Big pick over the last, and in this situation, one treble can be just like gold dust. And Thornton's desperately in search of one. Because already the advantage that he had already accrued against the throw at the beginning of the leg, it's just been cancelled out. Ussa has the ascendancy again with the darts.
$99. $55.
Is this going to be heartbreak once again for Robert Thornton in a last leg decider?
$97.
Picks off one with the last. And it should be a game now, which, as we head towards the finish, should well be
80.
in the hands of the Finn.
Here you require 110.
Options, so he's going over to treble 18. Thornton in the background shaking his head because
58.
he's coming back to the oche, but he can only hope to find something big, put on a little bit of pressure on the shoulders of Ussa, but again, it's pulled into the one.
81. Here you require
So
52.
this to get the job done. Double 20. Now double 10.
32.
Well, 2 match darts have come to pass
Robbie
for Yuri
require
Ussa. Can
124.
Thornton find something out the top drawer? Out the ordinary. He was a whip for a while away from doing so.
Second consecutive
Here you
match
require
where Thornton
20.
has had match darts and hasn't been able to find them. Will he be punished by Ussa? Double 5 for the win, and
Game
it
shot.
is
And the match,
Ussa that gets
Yuri
across the
Ussa.
line. 4 legs to 3. Disappointment for Robert Thornton once again, who pushed the whole way but just fell short at the final hurdle. There are the averages, and Thornton's finishing was good when he got down to the double, but it's Yuri Ussa that gets across the line 4-3. Well, coming up next, we'll see Butch Devine, and he'll be taking on Andy Baetens.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where we completed 4 rounds worth of play on this Monday morning. And before the break, we saw Ussa get the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3. So this is how the table looks. Andy Baetens is the only player with 100% record intact. He can make it 5 out of 5 if he gets the better of Butch Devine in game 13 of the session. And for Andy, it may well be the perfect start back to the Super Series. His last appearance came in June 2023, where he lost in the final to Luke the Nuke Lidler, where he averaged 118.88.
First leg, Butch to throw first. Game on.
What do we reckon is going to happen here, Laura?
97.
Well, the way that Baetens has been playing, he has been, despite that slight drop off in that 4-3 victory over Robert Thornton, he has been
100.
really quite consistent. Other averages of 100.20 and a 4-0 win over Justin Smith.
29.
94 in his first. Yeah, for me, Baetens has been the player to beat on Monday. But we have seen some good stuff from Butch Devine. As you've mentioned previously, he does come here with some pedigree. A WDF Euro Cup singles runner-up.
85.
You don't get to the final of tournaments like that unless you've got a bit about you.
60.
Euro Cup runner-up against the WDF World Champions. Not bad for, what, 6 minutes past 1 on a Monday afternoon.
It's Devine that's made the brighter start of the two.
60. But you require 150.
Devine has threatened a couple of big finishes. Can't finish the 150 from this point, but he'd like a big treble.
55.
Big treble he's unable to muster, but we'll come back for 95.
41. But you require 95.
88 left. He's made a bit of a mess.
21.
And you wouldn't put this past Andy Baetens one bit, 1 iota. Well, maybe now.
28. But you require 74.
A chance to sort out the finish. This is better from Butch. Much better indeed. And he takes the opening leg.
Second leg,
so
Andy
Devine, 1 up. Baetens work to do.
$60.
Of course, busy afternoon of darts. So underway in Wigan for Players' Championship 3 of the season.
40.
Anything that happens between now and going off air, we will let you know.
140.
Darts everywhere you look on this Monday.
45.
It's got the sporting day with the Winter Olympics going on.
140.
Yeah, been enjoying watching some of the coverage as and when I can. I've got a tally of 3 gold medals now.
Yes.
60.
I've got to say, I've been really enjoying the snow cross and the events like that as Baetens looks at the 161. Not just that the sport's great, but I don't know whether you've been listening to any of the commentary, but Ed and Tim are hilarious together.
Oh, when they're doing the kind of snowboarding.
125. Yeah. And he requires 64.
We should do some doodles on the back of the commentary box.
Nice little self-portrait.
56.
Every day they've got a new painting or drawing on there. Obviously, curling is a staple.
81.
For the Winter Games.
And you require 8. No score. but you require 150.
A slip there from Andy Baetens. The 150 just a stretch too far for Butch.
60. Andy, you require 8.
And so Baetens to peg him back.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah,
Andy
no mistake this time round for Andy Baetens.
Third leg, Butch
But I
to
will say,
throw first.
in this
Game
last
on.
match, some signs of fragility with Andy Baetens not playing up to the levels that he has done so far today. You feel this is a real opportunity
60.
for Divine to get the better of the player that sat at the top of the table.
125.
125 for Andrew. He's probably never been called Andrew before.
140.
Maybe if he's in trouble.
81.
I mean, I have one of those names that I'm quite lucky I can't be short. Well, I could be shortened, but I can't be
140.
lengthened.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard you've
100.
been called a few names before.
But you
Some I
require
probably can't say on air.
161.
You've got H, you've got Henners.
137. 95. But you
So if I
require
look at it,
24.
2 12s to go 2 1 up.
Game shot on the
And that's a
third
13
leg.
darter
Butch
from the
Divine.
Irishman to put himself halfway towards victory.
Fourth leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a great response, and this is what we were saying previously, that when you face a player of the calibre of Andy Baetens, and you can just
125.
notice that he's not quite on it, you really do want to make the most of it.
100. 100. 100.
Good pick off. Just tickling a ton, visit upon visit.
45.
Yeah, how he'd like another ton here, or more. And
100.
he picks off with the last start. 3 consecutive visits of 100. Are we looking at one of those infamous red pen legs?
100.
So Barton's first to a finish, but Divine should leave it handier. Will
100.
leave himself
Andy
on
require
101.
131.
Yeah, quite often with the last start, players would opt to go for the 25 just to leave themselves on a
85.
potential 2-dart
But you
finish.
require 101.
As it goes, it's 101 for Divine. 82 left.
47. Andy, you require 46.
So 46. It's double top.
Game shot
Where
on the
levels
fourth
you
leg.
devils. It's
Andy
2-2. Desmondo.
Fifth leg, Butch to throw first. Game on.
Andy Baetens just manages to hold off Butch Divine.
140.
For how long? Because I will say, in terms of the scoring, it's been very much Butch that's finding those big scores at the right time.
60.
And now there's an opening. Now there's an opening. Barton comes off treble as Divine is beginning to pound that red bit.
100. 58. 60.
Yeah, couldn't find the red bit on that occasion, so not yet on a finish, but still with a pretty healthy lead in leg number 5.
134.
However, Barton's just beginning to make inroads. Can he squeeze one in the middle? No, he can't.
60.
4-1 left. Barton's, with a big score, could turn this leg on its head.
70.
Yeah, just a bit of overreaching, especially with that last start. You saw there was a lot of body movement.
59.
And again, perhaps an element of the game for Divine he needs to bring in is utilising the 25 a little bit more. It might just be 5 points,
59.
but it's a difference between
But you require 82.
a dart at double or a dart potentially at ball.
Well, double top.
42.
Doesn't
And
go.
you
And so
require
Baetens here with a
120.
real opportunity to seize the initiative in this match. Now, that's awkward. Oh, what a dart. Oh,
James
what a
on the fifth
finish.
leg. Andy
The
Baetens.
way that dart 1 obscured the target, he had to move across to dart 2,
Sixth leg,
found
Andy
that,
to
and then
first.
executed the
Game
tops
on.
perfectly. You cannot keep a good man down for long, and Baetens is 3-2 up.
140.
But Divine is still fighting.
120.
Oh, but that was unfortunate. It was in the treble 20 bed, but he just clipped one of the other darts. It loses that little bit of force and couldn't stick in the board.
Well, Butch
58.
Divine has had an opportunity to really take control of this game. He's got to do the hard work again.
62.
Yeah, that visit there might spell the end for Divine in this match.
95. $140.
Doesn't leave him on a finish. He's just got to hope here that Baetens can't mop up 208 in 6 darts.
60.
How handy can he leave it? He's going to leave it very handy.
139.
Tops after 12. He's forced
And you
Baetens
require
to take this out.
148.
Not another one. Not another one. Double 14. It would have been a 148 off the back of the 120 in the previous.
40.
Yeah, it's a great effort, but this is a massive opportunity,
James
and it's
on the
one that
sixth
Butch
leg.
Divine
Butch
takes.
Divine.
There was a moment in that leg that I thought Baetens was going to run away with it, but Divine just started finding that treble
7 from
20
final
with
leg,
so
Butch
much
to throw
regularity. It's all
first.
about the
Game on.
first dart hit. Throws it really smooth.
140.
For me, Divine showing different kind of levels here because
85.
we've seen him take a comfortable win. We've seen him have defeat as well, but this is one that he's really having to battle for, and he's finding some of his best stuff when he really needs it.
180.
And may well be stopping Andy Baetens from having the perfect day.
100.
One thing's for sure, Baetens will still battle on. Can Divine hold on?
45.
45.
$60. But you require
So
136.
for the match, he's got 6.
60.
And he's going to come back for 76. 256 is what Baetens has left.
Needs to find that big treble. He's threatening it and
100.
finds it with the last dart. He is
Butcher
now
requires
down to a
76.
finish.
Double 8 to inflict
Game
the
shot
first
and a
defeat
match.
of the
Butch
day
Divine.
upon Andy Baetens. Butch Divine wins by 4 legs to 3. He gets the better of the Belgian. It means it's not going to be a perfect day for Andy Baetens. Let's get into our next game, Thornton Hall.
17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
Oh, you just know.
Bang on cue. Come on, it's fishy time.
One more.
This will be amazing.
Is it double top? Double 12.
As the champion, it's match start.
Will get a match start at the bottom. There it is.
The time is now.
A new champion will rise.
These are nights as dart players you absolutely dream of.
Charlie Manby!
Yeah, that's what we got to look forward to in Series 13. And the Champions Week gets underway on the 13th of April. And that man in your picture there, Derek Coulson, wants to finally trade that little trophy for the big trophy. A little bit like Chris Tarrant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I don't want to give you that. I want to give you the big one. Okay, 14. Robert Thornton and Graham Hall. Before the break, Butch Devine stopped Andy Baetens from having the perfect day. A 4-3 win for the Irishman against Baetens. And so Thornton and Hall going head to head. Thornton, the only player without a win on Monday so far, up against Graham Hall, looking to make it 3 wins out of 5. So this on a busy afternoon's worth of darts. There's also games taking place on the
First leg, Robert
Pro
to throw
Tour.
first. Game on.
And there's already been a little bit of an upset because Adam Lipscomb has beaten Gerwin Price
43.
by 6 legs to 2. So Gezi Price out. Chris Dobie has beaten Shane McGurk by 6 legs to 1. Jan van Veen has beaten Adam Warner 6-2. Stephen Bunting, a 6-1 winner over Carl Schneid. Scott Williams, not fully over his injury.
60.
6-5 loss to Jermaine Wattermainer.
I think more than anything, it just emphasises just how much darts there is at the moment.
96.
I think we've just hot-footed it from the Wilmar World Masters. We've seen Pro Tour in Hildesheim. Then we've got Premier League action. And then 6 days a week here live on Pluto TV. You have the
96.
Modus Super Series. It's everywhere.
And then the ADA gets underway this weekend. The new Australian PDC affiliate tour. 24 events on that circuit in 2026.
81.
There was action on the PDC Next Gen Tour. In short, there's a lot of darts happening.
98.
Well, there is one thing, and the darts haven't quite been happening for Robert Thornton today. Robert Thornton still looking to pick up that first win. And
43.
may not be the easiest of tasks against a player like Graham Hall that, although didn't play well in his outing against Andy Baetens, has been pretty solid throughout Monday.
95.
So Thornton first to finish, but Hall feel if he can hit a ton here, he should be better poised in the leg.
100.
Better poised in the leg he is.
Robert, you require 109.
Thornton's not really threatened anything like this so far today. But he's miscounted.
81.
He was looking for 28 as
Graham, you
opposed to
require
30,
81.
80, 40, had 119 left. And he's realised the error of his ways.
And will he get to come back to the board? Double 6 required. He's on the wrong
75.
side of the wire.
Robert,
First
you
time I've seen
require
it from
28.
Graham Hall today. Yeah, whether
No
that's
score.
just slightly disrupted the rhythm of Robert Thornton. That just
Graham, you require 6.
calculation.
So 2 frees.
Game shot on the first leg.
No
Graham
mistake.
Hall.
Graham Hall breaks. And Robert Thornton still pondering over the missed count a couple of visits ago.
Second leg, Graham to throw first.
And it just
Game
goes to
on.
show it happens, even the most experienced of competitors. That slight lapse in concentration. And sometimes it's just about the rhythm that you get yourself into. You're so used to going for certain combinations of throw that it's just probably felt very natural for Robert to go for the treble 20 and down for the double 19.
28.
But yeah, it just seems to have just really knocked him off his stride. Whilst it's not Robert Thornton off his stride, it's put a bit of fire in the belly of Graham Hall.
46.
Well, it looks like he hasn't recovered, as you say, from that error in the opening leg. And Graham Hall may well be able to get this game
60.
one and done in as much time as he sees fit. Already, we're seeing a chasm between these two. Hall leaves himself on 121 after just
Graham, you
3
require
visits
121.
to double up his lead.
Single 18.
81.
Tidies it up nicely. And I think any dart player can empathise with the situation that Thornton's finding himself in here,
96.
because
Graham,
it
you
is
require
frustrating
40.
when you do make that kind of error.
Graham Hall
Game
punishing
on
to the
second
hill.
leg. Graham Hall.
14 darter, 2-0. And he's kind of pace setting here, isn't he? Kind of getting the
Third
job
leg,
done
Robert
at
to throw first.
the
Game
sort
on.
of time that he's being allowed to, because that's what Thornton's allowing him to do.
The triple 19s have
134.
come in handy a couple of times so far for Robert Thornton, and that switch once again uses it well. Thornton has the experience. It's a race to four. You don't have a lot of
96.
time to recover when things aren't going well, so just needs to utilise all that experience that he's got just to forget about what's happened and focus
100.
on what could happen.
$140.
And now fitting the double break. You sense these next 3 darts are big for Robert Thornton.
Yeah, just a ton.
60.
Would have left him on a finish. Hall in a similar place to Robert Thornton prior to those 3 darts.
$98.
Picks up for the last to leave himself on 167.
Yeah, and it's just this phase of play for Thornton.
40. Graham,
Just
you
done
require
enough just to make sure he
167.
comes back, and he is on a finish. It's the same finish as Graham Hall, but Hall has the first attempt at the 167. Yeah, just check in. 88 left.
127. Robbie, you require 167.
127 set up. And he's going to get a look at tops. Again, leaving it after just a dozen darts
42.
thrown.
Graham, you require 40.
At the moment, he's playing a game of his
Game
own.
shot on the third
14
leg.
followed by
Graham
a
Hall.
13. Double break. 3-0 Graham Hall.
Fourth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on. $41.
But that is an early opportunity for Robert Thornton.
45.
Again, that natural drift into the 5s, the 1s, just happening too frequently for the Thorn.
And it looks like his day is going to very prematurely come to a close.
100.
He'd be the only pointless player on day one. Still searching for that elusive win.
26.
Has had 3 games go the wire, go 4-3. So it's not as if he hasn't had opportunities. Just when push has come to shove, he just hasn't been able to come up with the answers.
Yeah, you're right. And in 2 of those games, he did have at least a
100.
dart to win the match. I think the previous one, it was just the one dart at the ball against Ussa. But he had a handful of darts against Butch
42.
Divine. You just get days where things just don't click. You don't settle in quick enough. And all it needs
60.
on an occasion is just that first win under your belt. Something that you can look back and you can build on. It doesn't look like that win is going to come from this match for Robert Thornton.
95.
Well, sometimes small acorns grow trees, but Robert Thornton's horrendous Monday looks like it's set to come to a close. He's almost being put out of his misery here by Graham Hall. At 140 leads Graham on 60. To wrap this game up 4-0, to get a win to end his day, and to leave Thornton languished at the basement at the foot of the table. Tops 50. And 10s cannot be found.
No, they can't indeed. And Graham Hall will be sat on 10 when he returns.
34.
So 2 5s to Graham Hall to win the game
10.
by 4 legs to 0.
Game shot.
And 4-0 it is into the top corner. And for Graham Hall, that is 6 points for the day. For Robert Thornton, he'll end day 1 without a win. So Thornton 0, Hall 4. Next up, Smith and Ussa. So the final game of the afternoon is a meeting between Justin Smith and Yuri Ussa. Wales and Finland jousting it out on the big stage here at the Live Lounge. So let's get into it and let's talk you through what has happened so far today. Andy Baetens will finish at the top of the pile with 8 points to his name. Robert Thornton will be bottom of the table with 0 points. Graham Hall is on 6, and the winner of this contest will join him on that mark and will finish off the day inside the top 3 of the standings. And for Yuri Ussa, if he was able to finish his debut day in the top 3 and with 3 wins under his belt, I think he will be absolutely thrilled the way his debut day has gone.
Yeah, I agree, especially when you consider the calibre of player that we've got in Group A. As for Smith, he'll be looking to bookend his first day with another win. He opened up with a win against Robert Thornton. Has been a bit up and down since then in terms of both standard of play and results, but he looked very good in his last outing, where he got a 4-2 win
100.
over Butch Devine.
$140. 100. 100. 140.
Well, nothing to split these two in the opening leg, both requiring 161. Smith can't find it.
56. Yuri require 161.
Justin Smith making his mind up. Oh, bullseye.
122.
Goes wide.
Justin, you require 105.
I'm getting the feeling that Ussa's really starting to enjoy his first day here at the Super Series.
45.
So I get the sense Justin Smith's just beginning to get rather frustrated with oneself.
Oh, just squeezes it into the single 7, but no issue with the double 16.
Yuri Ussa.
It's an early breaker throw for the Finn.
Second leg, Yuri to throw first. Game on.
Well, Ussa keeping himself calm under pressure. 14 dart breaker throw to lead 1-0.
100.
Can he finish with a win? Well, it's the Bearded Dragon looking to breathe a bit more fire into his Group A campaign. A win here, as I say, will put him on to 6 points.
100. $137.
Utilising that treble 19 very well.
96.
As is Justin Smith. And as we said, with regards to Ussa, we weren't quite sure what we were going to get here at the Super Series in
47.
by way of performance. The stats that we had, they were kind of varying, weren't they? From kind of the mid-70s right up into the 90s, but it's been solid
98.
today.
Very much so. If he can carry on this form, as we mentioned earlier on, throughout the course of this group, he's definitely going to be hanging around the mix to try and get into Group B at least. But even if he was to drop into Group C, if he can
60.
play to the type of numbers he's punched in today, the evidence suggests that he'd have a very good chance of making it through on debut, and that would represent a great success for the Finn.
Yuri require 157.
We narrowly missed the 161. The 157 is now the new target. Finds the first, down for treble 19. Not able to make the adjustment
97.
accurately enough.
Justin, you require 107.
Treble 17. Gets it, double 18.
89.
But just on the inside
Yuri
wire,
requires
Ussa for
60.
2-0. Does the Hamilton.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, the one thing that
Yuri
does do
Ussa.
is leave a lot of space to see the tops target.
Third leg, Justin to throw first.
We'll have to
Game
watch
on.
out for that as the week develops.
It's a risky strategy.
100.
Bold strategy, Carton.
Yeah, the international language of come on, as that first one went
81.
over to the single one.
Do you reckon there'd be scope at some point for a
80.
Finnish team in the pairs?
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely putting himself in the running for that.
Timu Harju, I could tell you now, he is
85.
some player. Decent enough weekend. In fact, when you look at the Nordic and Baltic Tour,
100.
saw when that came back, Yanni Havisto, after an 8-year absence, coming straight back and into the winners' enclosure.
57.
Decker won the other event on the opening weekend. Interesting. I was having a look at the race for the world match play because that's the type of thing I do on a day off. And Cord Decker's only about £1,000 outside the qualifying spots for Blackpool.
Yeah, there's plenty of darting action to come between now and the cut-off for the match play.
60. Justin, you require 81. $41.
Well, he tidies it up well enough in the end. Justin Smith, just the solitary dart at a double so far this match.
125.
This
Justin
time with
requires
3
40.
in hand, tops is the target.
Game
And it's
shot
a
on the third
16
leg.
dart holder
Justin
throw
Smith.
for Justin Smith.
Brings it back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, Erie to throw
And
first.
just
Game on.
poses the question of his Finnish opponent.
You have to say it's still advantage Ussa.
97. $57.
Don't forget, if you have missed any of today's action, then we have a tailor-made highlights package for you on the Super Series YouTube channel once the action comes to a close. You can drop a like and you can drop a subscribe. Nearing 100,000 subscriptions on the Super Series YouTube page as Smith pars in a max.
Yeah, well timed maximum as well. Ussa's throw under pressure.
100.
Well, Tunley's on 204. Tunley, Smith on a finish.
41.
He's really getting at one with himself here, Justin Smith. You can just tell he's beginning to look like a red rag to a bull. And Ussa's keeping it together.
He seems very cool, calm and collected, doesn't he, up there? That's a better first start for Justin Smith.
140. Here he requires 64.
Needs himself on a 2-darter, but Ussa to go 3-1 to the good. He's going to have 2 darts in his hand, a 8-8. And makes
Game
best
shot
use
on
of the
the fourth
opportunity.
leg.
3-1 to the good is the Finn. As for Justin Smith, he looks like he's
Fifth leg,
finished with the
Justin
day.
to throw first. Game on.
But he ain't finished, he's 28.
60.
Some people may get that reference, some people may not.
$99. $85.
First start, finding the treble again for Ussa.
99.
Well, I say he's getting fed up. He's still averaging 93 and change here, Justin Smith. Not as if he's playing poorly, but
93.
body language is suggesting that he is a man that is just raging right now.
Yeah, there's just been a few shots that you can see he's visibly frustrated with. And I think the other thing as well is he's averaging that, but he's only had 2 darts at a double, one which he's converted. He's not getting down because Ussa is keeping him at bait. And that will be the frustration.
43.
So 6 darts here from 180 to wrap the day up with a 4-1 win. It'd be 3 wins and 5 on his debut day here. Yuri Ussa, who we didn't know too much about coming into today's action. Well, we know a lot more about him now. And what we do know is very, very positive.
Oh, how he'd like a maximum.
140.
I think he'd settle for a 140 at this stage.
Triple 20. Tops, put the flights in the way.
80.
And just clips the top wire.
Justin, you require 80.
Yeah, it was a great effort, but it does afford this chance here to Smith. Just a solitary dart at tops.
60.
So this
require 40.
to get the job done. Double 10.
30.
Inside. Justin Smith's been reprieved.
Justin, you require 20.
4 match darts come and gone for Yuri Ussa. And this time Smith able to punish. But Ussa has the darts in leg number 6. He has the opportunity to serve out the match.
Well, we'll see how those mismatched darts will rack up in the back of his mind.
59.
It's an opening for Smith.
140.
One that he's all over. 5th 140 for Justin Smith in the match.
$140.
The one thing I can say, Yuri Ussa, he's been one of those players who's hard to shake off because Smith keeps pummeling those 140s.
$44.
So 2-2-1. Anything in terms of a
41.
big treble to left of honour finish, but he's now passed the gauntlet and passed the opportunity over to his opponent here. Big treble leads himself on a finish.
Just trying to find a way past that first start. It's a bit of a blocker. That's a great pick off with the last one because that ensures he comes back on a finish. But Smith will be on something better.
100.
He's on a 2-darter, but this would be some way to cap off what has been a really good debut date. But the 158 isn't going to get got.
134. Justin, you require 80.
Real pressure on this shot for Justin Smith. A single 20 for tops. And again, has to move across. It's not straightforward
60.
and it goes south of the target.
Here you require 24.
And so double 12 to wrap up a 4-2 victory. Double 6. Doesn't go. That's now 6 match darts that have come and gone for Yuri Ussa. Justin Smith is just about hanging on.
When these opportunities present themselves, you have to take them, and Justin Smith does, and we go the distance.
Well, when Yuri Ussa opened up a 2-leg advantage in this game, this particular scenario looked like an impossibility. However, Justin Smith, the bearded dragon, has clawed himself out the gutter, and he takes us all the way to a
60.
last leg decider, but kicks off treblers with the darts.
Yeah, mistakes from Ussa, and we haven't seen too many of them today, but they have proved costly.
100.
Several missed match darts have afforded this opportunity for Smith.
45.
But 6 darts in, he hasn't found a power treble. Advantage Ussa against the throw. But he's got to find a big one of his own.
60.
He's unable to muster the goods.
30.
Yeah, all that battling to level it up at 3-all to force a last leg decider, and it's just not going the way of Justin Smith as Ussa finds 2 big trebles.
180.
Maximum number 1 for Yuri Ussa.
Timing in this game can be
58.
practically everything.
Here you require
And the timing of that
161.
max at Ussa has given him all the time he wants to eventually win this game. He's had darts to win it 4-1. He's had darts to win it 4-2. And when he comes back, he should have darts to win it 4-3.
99.
He's proving the point that sometimes that last dart to get across the line is often the hardest.
Well, for Justin
58.
Smith, he fought valiantly
Yuri
to
requires
take us
62.
all the way to a last leg decider. But Yuri Ussa is going to have a look here. And he's going to have plenty of time. A double 16
30.
to wrap the game up. And he's going to need more darts.
And as you say, he's going to get more darts. But if Smith can find a couple of trebles here, it'll just make him think. You know, raise the eyebrows, the irony. When you think a game's gone, you find your second maximum.
180. Here you require 32.
Where's the game? He thought it was here.
No
But it may not be
score.
gone.
Justin, you require
11
70.
darts to win have come by Yuri Ussa.
And Justin Smith's going to get a dart of his own. And he
Game
only
shot
needs one
and
at
a
double
match. Justin
16.
Smith.
How he's won that game, I've got no idea. In 12-3-1, his opponent had darts to win 4-1, 4-2 and 4-3. But the bearded dragon has managed to salvage 2 points right at the end of the day. An incredible match to round off the session. Justin Smith wins 4-3 on the day where Andy Baetens marked his return to the live lounge with 4 wins out of 5. Reaction and analysis to come from the Pluto TV studio on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where Monday's action here at the Modus Super Series has come to a close. And before the break, we saw Justin Smith get the better of Ussa by 4 legs to 3. But it was a day that was dominated by and large by Andy Baetens. He lost his last game there to Butch Devine 4-3. However, he won his first 4 matches on this Monday, and he is at the top of the Group A table. So that is how things look. Andy Baetens on 8, 3 players on 6, Ussa on 4, and Robert Thornton, the only player not to pick up a win during Monday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Laura Turner's been watching every single dart throughout the course of the day. She joins us here in the studio now. Well, we gave Andy Baetens the big build-up, and the big build-up was worth it.
Yeah, he didn't disappoint, did he? He was kind of, set the mark right from the very first game, hit that 94 average, backed it up a bit later with 100, but there was a few signs of fragility in there. Obviously, he lost that match 4-3 to Butch Devine, and his win over Robert Thornton, I think that was just, the performance level wasn't quite as high as what we've seen, but the most important thing, obviously, he leaves here with 4 points, and that's all you need to do.
Is it fair to say we kind of saw a little bit between the two levels there in terms of what's required to be successful on the Pro Tour? But actually, when you come back down to this secondary level, sometimes you can play a B game and get away with it.
You mentioned it yourself in commentary. I think, his B game just proved that even though he wasn't firing absolutely everything at his opponent, it was more than enough to get over the line. And I just think that last game against Butch just upped his level. And Andy Baetens just couldn't quite cope with that. But he's looked comfortable. He's settled straight back in. Not that we expected anything different, but it's great when you give them the big build-up and they actually come through with it.
And it was seemingly every leg he was there or thereabouts. There wasn't many troublous turns throughout the course of the day, which meant that after 4 or 5 hits to the board, he's either close to completing a leg or he had completed the leg.
Yeah, and that's what you've come to expect. And there's a lot of experience. Although the 2 years on tour maybe didn't go as planned for him, there's a lot that he's obviously been able to take from that. And then he's coming back into an environment where he's obviously been here before, he's comfortable, and he just looked really settled.
In terms of Graham Hall, he was the other player we gave the build-up to this morning. In fact, he was a favourite to go and win the group with the odds compilers. How would you assess his day altogether?
I just think it was ups and downs. We saw some really solid performances, and he's that player, I think, that when he got his nose in front, he didn't relinquish the lead, other than actually that opener where he hit the 170 right at the beginning of the day. But yeah, then we just saw a few lows as well. Didn't quite perform against Andy Baetens. So yeah, up and down, but goes away with 3 wins. And I think, based on his performance today, I think he would be happy.
He's the type of player I feel like he's just going to ease into the week.
And you will get players like that perhaps use day one as a bit of a settler. Obviously, tomorrow we call it moving day because there's so much shuffling on the table, and I think perhaps Graham tomorrow will come in. This day is done and dusted, and we'll just see maybe a few more points on the averages.
In terms of Butch Devine, what would be your assessment of his debut here at the Super Series?
I think he's been solid. I think he's got a great throw, a great action, looks really reliable, didn't falter under any kind of pressure, beat our table topper in Andy Baetens as well. You wouldn't have thought he was here on debut, but as we were talking about, he does come here with a little bit of pedigree as well as a European WDF runner-up. So yeah, there were expectations based on what he's done, but we haven't seen him for a couple of years. So yeah, I thought all round quite good.
In terms of Justin Smith, it was such an in and out day today, wasn't it? Where there was some good stuff at the beginning, at the end, but maybe a little bit of ropey stuff in the middle.
Yeah, I think you summed it up perfectly. Started well, and I thought, right, okay, maybe Justin, because he was talking to you previously, just with regards to wanting to get his hand back on the title. It was way back in Series 2 that he won here previously, so wants to be able to get up here on Saturday, lift up that trophy. Started well. I think he'll probably think he's got away with one with that last match against Ussa as well, because he had to survive 11 match starts to get across the line. But again, you're leaving here with 3 wins, 6 points. You put yourself in a really good position going into tomorrow. Tomorrow is a different day.
And will that be perhaps what he's thinking of, just not a reset mentality, but a feeling of today was okay, but I do need to improve maybe in certain areas?
I think so. Because yeah, he's got the points, but they didn't really come that easy, especially as I mentioned that last match in particular. But you've just got to think, right, well, I'm still positioned really well on this table. I'm only 1 win behind the guy that's at the top. So yeah, if you can focus on all the good points, because there were times where his scoring was sublime, his finishing, that was pretty good all round. So if you can just perhaps focus on that, bring it here for tomorrow, then challenge for the top spot.
Ussa, there's a player there, but he's going to feel like 2 would drop there against Justin.
There was a point in the match, I think, when he was kind of like he was looking at winning 4-1, and there was a Rice Smile missing the 1-6-1, and he just looked like he was in full flight. And then that last double just proved impossible to get in the end. It was 11 attempts to get across the line, and yeah, could have won 4-1, 4-2, could have won 4-3. So he'll be disappointed, which is a shame really, because up to that point, I felt like he had been a really solid player. And now doesn't have the points tally like the rest of them to show for it. So he may go away feeling a bit disappointed. But I think if you take that last match out, there's a lot of positives.
Robert Thornton never quite happened today, did it?
Unfortunately not, no. We were saying the same thing, that there were 3 results that went 4-3, and in 2 of those matches he could have got across the line. He had darts at a double, but he just never really looked settled. There were too many wayward ones in the 5s and the 1s, and you could see the frustration building up in Robert Thornton because, as mentioned, he is a player that is looking for perfection up on the oche, and then that very last match, yeah, it just really didn't go for him.
So let's have a look at the table following the end of the first day's worth of play. Andy Baetens at the top of the pile, and you just get the sense now he's on top following the first day's worth of play. He's going to take some stopping.
You would think so, yeah. Like I say, there were a couple of games where I think the rest of the field would have thought, right, okay, you're beatable, I'm going to get on top of this. But then there were some games where he just looked unplayable, and the players just couldn't get back in the matches against him. He's in top spot. That is the main thing for him. He's going to want to push on. I think he'd probably go away being disappointed he didn't go through the card today, so maybe that's what he's going to be focusing on doing tomorrow.
So Andy Baetens at the top of Group A. This is how the week in general looks here. In terms of the players in B and C, look, we know what Sam Spivey can do here. We know what Mike Warburton can do here. And Harry Ward had a decent Q-School campaign. Wasn't too far getting his card back.
Yeah, you've got 2 really strong groups again. Mike Warburton, Group B, he knows how to get out of Group B by hook or by crook, really, isn't it? Because he's been caught in some situations where you didn't think he would get through. But yeah, Sam Spivey and then Kevin Burness as well. They're 3 really tough players. And then you've got the likes of Alex Williams and Phil Johnson-Hale joining Harry Ward. So none of them are easy groups to get through. And actually, I think that Group C, when there's going to be 3 players from Group A joining, and you've only got 2 spots to go through, that's going to be a really competitive group. Yeah,
Warburton back to the bread and butter on Thursday, Friday night. You just knew it was going to happen at some point.
I was hoping it wasn't, but it did, it did.
Let's have a look at the state of play then, as far as the series is concerned, because we're a quarter of the way through things now. We saw Derek Coulson win on Saturday. I know it's early days, and I know there's a couple of players in Steve Green and Keanu Van Velzen who were outsiders to win their weeks, but does Derek go off at this present moment in time as the big favourite?
It's hard to argue not. He went into his week as a favourite. He's won 5 consecutive weeks in terms of series. He's making his 6th appearance at Champions Week. Who's not to say that he won't lift up that Champions Week title, because he's just in such a good vein of form at the moment. Looking at the field, and like you say, it's no disrespect to the others. They've done well. They've won their weeks. You can't discount anybody, but Derek is one of the players on the tips of tongues of many people. I mean, he's going to be playing on the Pro Tour today.
And I'm sure there's many people on the Pro Tour that are hoping that he is nowhere to be seen as far as their section of the draw is concerned. But Derek Coulson into yet another Champions Week. And I suppose the question is, because we've got a fair few weeks to go, we don't quite know who's going to be in the weeks just yet. Of those that we haven't seen so far, you've got the likes of Andreas Harrison coming back into play. You've got Ted Everts coming back into play potentially. There's some big names potentially to be added into that mix. And I think we're all looking forward to seeing Andreas again if and when he comes back.
Yeah, absolutely. Andreas Harrison, he's kind of just a bit like Derek Coulson, knows how to win up on that stage, but has also won a Champions Week as well. So it'd be great to see him coming back. There's plenty of names, isn't there, that we haven't yet seen. But yeah, Andreas, I don't know, he comes here, he always brings a smile to our faces, doesn't he, when he comes to the Super Series.
Anybody else that 2026 you'd like to see at the live lounge?
Well, I don't really know. I mean,
That's a curveball, isn't it?
It is a bit of a one. You've taken me back. Obviously, quite enjoy it when my other half gets up there and plays. It'll be great to see him do well. He kind of made a finals night previously, so I'll give a shout out to Aaron, obviously. And I feel like I should shout out my brother-in-law. I might just do this as a family thing right now because Mike's obviously done really well here. Mike Gillett as well. So, but yeah, there's plenty of names, and I'm sure what I love about this more than anything else, we can see the big names like your Steve Baetens, etc. But I like it when we find the undiscovered talent and we watch them blossom and bloom here. So hopefully maybe a mixture of both.
And we've seen that the last couple of years, the likes of Tom Sykes, the likes of Jimmy Van Schie, Cam Crabtree in the past as well. They've kind of blossomed from low ebbs to big stars, and quite literally a big star in Jimmy Van Schie. Laura, thank you so much as ever. I shall see you tomorrow morning. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV in the interim. Coming up next, it's the Modus Moments series, which focuses on Scots on the Oche, which features Scott Campbell and Robert Thornton. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then we've got the Tungsten Talk. That is with our friend from Sweden, Daniel Larsson. That's going to be coming up later on this afternoon for your enjoyment. And then Group A continues tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. We expected Andy Baetens to do some great things, and he continues to deliver. He's top of Group A with 4 wins out of 5 on the opening day's worth of play, and he's looking to continue that vein of form when it comes to Tuesday's action. And he's looking to go one better than his previous appearance here, but he lost out in the final to Luke Littley. You'll be able to see that on Saturday night. That's from 7:30 p.m. here on Pluto TV. So that's it from us. The Beast from the East took over the South Coast. Andy Baetens, top of the table going into Tuesday's play. Bye from us.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's double Johnny Magnet!
14. You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Ussa wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darter tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Ussa losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Schie's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Schie is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Just can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s, finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.